Technology is just not a friend.
Boy,
All right, welcome everybody out to our work meeting. Apologize, we're starting a bit late. Mayor Watts is, sorry. Mayor Watts is he going to join us online? Oh, he's going to call in during the regular meeting, but he won't be here for the work meeting. Gotcha. All right, so we'll just call the meeting to order. It's like item 1, review of this evening's agenda. Any questions, concerns? Future agenda items?
I just wanted to clarify and make sure that we're still on track with the general plan that is coming before us next week. Is that correct? Brett, do you know if that's coming before us next week? Is that on our agenda? It is? Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're moving that along.
okay, I've got something. I'm not sure if we need to make this an agenda item per se for further discussion, but in reviewing some complications that came up this past week, I'd like to recommend some new standards for presentations from staff to the council. Here's a few things I'd like to see done in the future here. Anything on our agenda and in the packet needs to identify who the applicant is on any action. The legal name of the entity, who the people are that are representing that entity, and who is a designated legal spokesperson for that organization. If we need to have some kind of a corporate resolution or a company resolution from that organization declaring that person as a spokesperson, Chase, I'll leave that to you whether or not that's appropriate, but I want to make sure that we aren't having somebody speak who isn't legally authorized to speak for the applicant. I'd like to avoid the use of the word applicant, and I'd like to know who specifically it is that we're talking about. We had some confusion about this just last week in a conversation about we don't know whether it's this person or this company or what layer of corporate veil is meeting with us. Whenever something is presented, I'd like to make sure that the location is identified better. That when we have an item that comes up that specifically says, sorry, I need to turn that off. When an item shows up, sometimes we'll get a zoomed in picture of a little part of a neighborhood or a little part of a development, and it's not clearly identified where in Herriman that is. I'd like to see first a large map highlighting where this is, maybe even zooming in a couple of times before we get to the specific project that's being discovered. A lot of times they're brought to us as the XYZ development or the so-and-so project or the person's property. Sorry, I don't know what those are half the time, and I don't know where they are half the time. So I want those identified better.
And if you don't, then the rest of the public probably doesn't either.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's hard for people to know, like, is it even...
It can affect me.
Could be in their backyard, they don't even know where it is, right? So, if there are any concerns from any party that represents or is associated with the applicant that is brought to staff, that concern needs to be brought to council. If there are objections, obstacles, challenges, or other things that would make a council decision unpopular, it would not make it acceptable or would cause a major problem with a project, council needs to be made aware of those concerns, not have them obfuscated or minimized or just avoided because somebody doesn't want to bring bad news to the council.
And we can talk in more detail with some of these things, but I don't know that we want to put it on them to decide if it's something that's going to cause a problem or not. If there's an objection raised or a question.
They just need to all be
We just need to
brought
know,
us.
because, yeah, because
Yeah,
we.
maybe not, maybe that's too much of a qualifier for it. I think I agree with that. The other thing is if an item is going to be brought before the council for an action, the applicants must have a legal and lawful representative present at that meeting, or I would suggest that the council not take any action on that item, including discussion on that item at all. We just have had an incident brought to our attention today where there was a de facto representative of an organization, and now it's being challenged that they didn't have legal standing to represent that entity in the negotiation, and is causing some challenges. So I want to make sure that that never happens again. We just brought this up in another meeting. Legal kind of nodded their approval with this, but any approvals that this council makes need to have a sunset clause on them of a relatively short window that requires an applicant to sign and accept that approval, or that approval is null and valid, and they need to start over and bring it back to us.
We actually discussed that in the past because we had exactly
Yeah.
that same problem, and I thought that we had addressed that and taken care of it. But thanks for bringing that up again.
Yeah, if it was approved, it just wasn't made a part of recent agreements and MDAs and zoning changes and all of those things. I also want to find a way that when multiple steps to a project are brought to us, i.e. a general plan change, i.e. a zoning change, i.e. a MDA modification, and they're all being brought together as you need to approve this, to approve this, to approve this, to approve this, to approve this new subdivision. I'm being told that those are sometimes hard to link together, and or there are obstacles to linking these various negotiated ideas together and or these various links together. I want to find a way to make sure that if one of those things in the chain fails, the whole thing fails. The whole approval is taken off the table so that we don't get piecemeal approvals or the council gets stuck approving something when part of the negotiated terms for that approval aren't executed as well. It's unacceptable for this council to, in good faith, make an agreement on something, negotiate a plan, and to take steps to make sure that that plan is enforced and approved, and then have a party back out of a portion of that agreement and leaving the city holding the bag on all the rest of the agreement. I want to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and I'd like a report. I'd like a clear understanding of how we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. I would love to leave this open for further comments and maybe as an agenda item for the rest of the council to consider and ponder any changes they think need to be made. But I want to make sure that there is a new bar set in regards to information that is presented to the council so that there are no oversights, there are no mistakes, there are no shortcomings, there are no issues. I'm going to make one final thing, and this has come up before, and we have been, I'm going to choose my word carefully. It has been suggested that this standard may be too high or unpopular or unfair to applicants. And we have been told as a council that when we want to make a change, that we don't necessarily have to wait for the change to be made, that we can make that change in our motion at the time that the applicant is presented. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about with this? Mm-hmm. I recommend that we don't do that policy anymore. That if a change needs to be made, I want the change made, written, passed around, have council review it, have public review it, have legal review it, and then come back for an action. I do not think it is appropriate for us to be making de facto changes to legal agreements from the dais that haven't been reviewed and vetted, and that haven't had a chance for public input and review before that thing becomes an official item. And I know that that's going to tick off some applicants in our city, and I know that they would wish that that wasn't the case, But unfortunately, some lessons learned have taught me that we need to hold the line on that. And so we can bring that up as an agenda item to discuss and debate, and whether or not we're going to encode that formally in our, policies and procedures. But those are just a few of the things that I'm suggesting that we make some changes on. And I don't know whether or not that needs to be an agenda item specifically. I think it does to add further discussion to it, but this is internal operations and council expectations. I'm just questioning whether or not we can just make those things the law of the land going forward, so next time we get a presentation, it won't be missing any of these things.
I'm good to discuss all of those things, pros, cons, changes to the list that you just rattled off.
I don't want to hijack an agenda here, but I need to
Right,
get
it's for a
those out.
future agenda, not this agenda, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
I'm okay to discuss it all. I see maybe a few obstacles with some of the things listed, and maybe a few other things that we can add to it just by going through this. I've written a couple down, so I'm fine to have the discussion.
Councilman Shields, I will say this, that we've all been taking notes on your recommendations. We will have a SOP written up with already the current steps and the steps you've requested, and have them different colors so you actually see it, and have it go out to you for review before the next council meeting. See if we missed anything or anything else you'd like to add.
Just a few quick comments. Again, we don't need to belabor it because we'll bring it back again for a broader discussion. But certainly, if we're going to talk about at least how we operate internally, then it needs to be formalized. Obviously, I don't want to just say it. We need to have that deeper discussion. As was mentioned, I think that there's a few items in there that I personally will have probably some concern with, completely supporting at least the way it was couched in the discussion tonight, because while I definitely agree that anything that has to do with changes to MDAs and changes to other, agreements that have really kind of a legal binding to them, certainly those need to go through a proper review and have the proper time to vet those out. However, I do believe that there are certainly items that come before this body for recommendation for approval, where minor changes, where, let's say, for instance, it's a zoning request change, and as part of the formal recommendation that comes to us from Planning Commission, this body sees fit to add a zoning recommendation, or a zoning cap, to it to help limit the growth of density or something in that area. I do not think that that's worthwhile of holding up something that I think generally we would have, at that point, have all expressed our general consensus that we're in agreement with it. But if we need to put a ZC on it, I think that that's absolutely appropriate for us to do from the dais at that time. It doesn't substantially change in any way the request or at least the approval process. So like I say, I think we can talk about those. I think that there's certainly thresholds that we can potentially put in place as we talk about whether it's something that we hold or something that we continue to move forward and make a change from the dais to do, because I think that there's some of those smaller ones where it just doesn't make sense to hold it for another 2 weeks till our next general meeting just to say we're going to put a zoning condition on it.
And I'm open to all the discussion suggestions about that. Again, I have a specific instance in mind that I want to avoid, and it might be reaching too far to just correct a relatively isolated problem or a specific problem. So maybe we need to discuss that and dial that in a little bit. But I think the idea is to get these ideas out so that they're starting a conversation, and we can be prepared in a couple of weeks to really vet that out a little more and kind of dig into that some.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other future agenda items?
I do have one, Mayor Pro Tem. One thing we want to talk about is looking at calendars in the future. We're starting to see some problems with the calendars. We want to have a strategy, budget meeting in the first part of November, and we're actually looking at the calendar, how we could, if you want to have the night off before Thanksgiving Day. Those are questions we had in our mind. And
I'll be gone.
and Veterans Day, but the problem is we have so much going on. We have got to get other meetings scheduled. So we may throw out a calendar and an email to you and give us some recommendations, what you'd like to see happen in the next few months. That's my concern on future meetings.
Anything else, council? Future agenda? All right, move on to 1.3, the council leadership task review list. I must be getting old. That's
I know,
really
I have
small.
to do the same
Oh,
thing
it's
too.
small too, yeah, I got it.
Like making it bigger.
Is it showing up bigger on your screen?
Yeah,
It's behind your other screen too.
there we go.
Just looking through the list here, obviously, I'll just mention the one that has my name listed next to it. I know that there's, Councilman Shields brought up in our last meeting, I'm referring to the transportation funding priority letter. Councilman Shields brought up in our last meeting, I guess, some concern over where the request was coming from. He and I had a chance to visit on this the other day. And I certainly understand the, I guess, the frustration that he had in really having some vagueness in the request itself, and the fact that reaching out, didn't appear that there was requests from other communities, which again, I think is certainly, if there's somebody that wants to solicit that, then the anticipation would be that there's other communities that have had that same request. That being said, and I expressed this to Steve the other day as we talked about it a little bit, this is actually something that we do almost annually on our own anyways. And not downplaying, obviously, the specific request we had. I would suggest that without focusing too much on at least the specific request and who it came from, that in general, this is something that we would want to do anyways, and something, again, that we do as part of our legislative cycle heading into our legislative session each year. So my recommendation would be with this particular request here is that we, if agreed, again, by the council, that we all, again, list out what we believe that the transportation infrastructure priorities are for the south end and those that impact our community the most. We just do a general blanket letter, and we send it to all of the legislators that represent us in this area. That way they know that it's on our radar. Once again, they know it's something that we are going to continue to push for. And should, again, the legislature have an opportunity to do bonding or whatever other discussions they have, they know our position on that. And again, I think the important thing is for the council to be in agreement on what we believe those transportation infrastructure projects are in our area. I know that we've all talked about, the completion of the last couple of interchanges on Bangerter to make it a full freeway system. Obviously, improvements and extensions to Mountain View Corridor to the north and to the south, and the benefits that will come into our community as a result of that. And then there's been some talk on 126 South and U111, and recognizing that there's other projects and things that are tied into it. I think for me personally, at the end of the day, we know that the county has already allocated some funding, and their plans are to realign U111 up really basically near 118th. To realign that and then to have that tie into the 12600 extension, which is obviously going to be a benefit to our community long-term, regardless of how things develop out around it. So again, for me, this is kind of just a natural thing that I think as a council we can, without being specific to any one legislator or any one specific request, that we can get behind, or hopefully get behind, to say, we still need transportation dollars in our community for these transportation projects.
And let me speak to that, Clint, because you and I had this conversation. I want to be clear. I'm not objecting to. I think we should have legislative priorities. We should be able to clearly articulate and declare what our transportation priorities are and the things that we would much like to see for the benefit of Herriman. And when somebody comes in and says they want to widen U111, and we've got 134th that's still a mess over there, it just seems to me that we need to be clear in articulating what our priorities are, not necessarily being solicited to support what somebody else's priorities are. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And when we're being asked to support somebody else's priority, I want to know whose priorities those are, why they're asking us to support it, and why no other communities have been asked for the same thing. That just doesn't strike me as right or an appropriate way for us to be going about that. It seems reversed. They're saying, hey, we've got some money we want to give you for this, and then we don't have an opportunity to express to our legislators what it is that we want. So,
And I guess, like I say, having no specifics there, I guess it wasn't my understanding that there was money that was
yeah, I'm not saying
allocated
there
or going
was.
to a specific request other than transportation infrastructure. So I definitely understand what you're saying, but again, transportation dollars in our community is transportation dollars, and there's a lot of areas, and I think everyone knows what the priorities need to be. And of course, everyone's focus is on Bangor Highway because we are now the last couple of intersections away from the long-range planning of getting that funding, which is being worked on the Transcom side right now, obviously, just help secure that funding. So again, just wanted to say, since my name's attached to that, bring that back up and express, at least address what you brought up, which I think is absolutely appropriate.
No, I like the idea of just simply reiterating, here's our priorities from our community, here's how the priorities would lie here, so that they understand, because otherwise dollars get spent in places dollars shouldn't get spent, and they don't meet the priorities and the needs we have here.
Well, I would still like to know who made this request, and the reason is kind of what Steve had said, representing us on the Southwest Visioning Study. I mean, that this is the conversation, right? And I think I mentioned in my report that that's being retooled with a focus on transportation. And there was a kickoff meeting on a Thursday a week or two ago, so this could be in the, I guess, committee reports updates. But there was kind of that kickoff meeting was interesting to see. It was just led by Wasatch Front Regional Council, but the mayors were invited, and it looked like all the reps and state reps and senators. And I'd have to go back and look at the attendee list. But really, a bond was not mentioned other than Senator Harper saying that it might be discussed in the next session, but nobody was sponsoring a bill. There were no specifics. There were not anything. And as you all know, we're trying to work together towards those regionally specific items to catch us up, right? There are 3 phases. One, we need to identify where our shortfalls are compared to the growth that's happened and find money federally and locally to fix those issues. And then second, analyze what our current plans are and find money to plan for those. And then the third stage would be if future plans need to, for some reason, need to or exceed what has been approved with general plans, et cetera, amongst the cities and other organizations, then what would be needed to plan for those? Well, the first stage really is just this, and the main things that we've talked about, I mean, Brett knows this, going to the meetings on the Hill, the last couple of sessions is we bring in UTA, we bring in UDOT, we bring in all these, and really the numbers are just mind-boggling. So we talked about the two main priorities, the two that every city can agree on is Bangor and Mountain View. Just to finish Bangor beyond 6200 South 6200 South, 106th, and 126th that are done this year, none of the rest of them are funded, right? So that's part of what you mentioned is being talked about. Just to finish Bangor, the remaining part, the number we were given in January, February was $500 million, 500 million in today's dollars, and that number is just going up as the corridor continues to get built on, right? And then they have to buy more businesses and houses and rip them down. Just to finish the, oh my gosh, the Mountain View is not a freeway, what is it?
Frontage road.
Frontage road, thank you. I always forget the frontage road term. Just to continue the frontage road, connect it to SR 201 to the north and connect it to the Lehigh portion that somehow jumped ahead in the process that it wasn't supposed to jump ahead in. $1 billion So we're talking 1.5 billion just for those two projects. And for somebody to come in and say, we want, specifically lobby us to say we want U111 as part of those, kind of serves to undermine what we're trying to do to work with our neighbors to get these core things, let alone an actual east-west expressway. Like, that's number 3 on the list that we all agree on is east-west expressway, right? A true east-west corridor of some kind. So it's troubling to me that somebody might be kind of trying to circumvent that and putting their pet projects ahead of those things that we're collectively working on.
But it seems like it's two different issues. It seems like we should get to the bottom of who's asking that and why. And then the other issue that really seems like what Clint's saying is we should be proactive in putting together this priority letter to our legislators, not just one, but our group of legislators, which is really what the Southwest Visioning
Which
Study
will
is
help
really
me in
doing.
those conversations.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is a discussion that's being had literally in every group that's out there.
Exactly.
It's being had at COM, it's being had at COG, it's being had at Wasatch Front Regional Council, it's being had at Transcom, it's being had at UTA. All of these, that is all part of it as we talk about transportation as a whole, both active and passive forms of transportation. So it's, like I say, it's not isolated to any one group. In fact, it's from COM, Council of Mayors, that I sit on, transportation is always the number one thing that we talk about. And of course, every community has, I think, their own desires when it comes to it. But what they all recognize is that having those freeway systems that you know, we're working on getting more on the periphery of our county are essential, and they know it on their side, whether it's east or west. Everybody recognizes that.
Yeah, for sure.
And again, my point really in bringing it up to what you said, and I appreciate that, Sherry, is that I don't want to get too wrapped around the axles on the one side of it. Yes, let's figure that out. Let's put that issue to bed, but let's not let the opportunity pass us by to just generally state these continue to be our priorities.
Well, and I think that there's priorities that Herriman City has, right? The interchanges and the connections that directly feed and impact our community and our commute times, and you know, the flow for the residents that live in our community that we're supposed to represent, and we need to articulate what those are. And then there is our joint statements that we would make with our neighbors about our regional things that are also priorities, that are shared priorities. You know, Herriman and Riverton probably share the same priority on many of these connections with Mountain View Corridor, Bangor Highway, those types of things, right?
And I would say Bluffdale and South Jordan as
Bluffdale,
well.
South Jordan, right. And I think West Jordan would love to see the Mountain View Corridor connected all the way up through 201 so that, you know, they don't have, West Valley has got now all that directing over to, what is it, 56 West, and that's just a cluster. And they have priorities too. So I don't want to get lost in that our first priority is Herriman priorities, then there's our regional neighbor priorities, and then our support for other ones. And I don't want to get in a battle where we're talking about an alignment for, I'm just going to use this specific, but an realignment of U111 or building a bridge or a specific process out there because somebody thinks that's important and they want to get that done now, but it's not in line with the rest of our priorities. I think we need to have an idea of how we're going to address that. Are we going to say, no, we'd prefer you not fund that right now, and prefer?
Especially since it is, to Clint's point, it's something that we do generally anyway. We meet with all of our legislators and all of
We
that.
just need to have our priority list.
If
and we get to
anything,
set that.
we need to have that, maybe that's the future agenda item, is we need to discuss what our priorities are.
And that's, I'm working on the agenda for our strategy meeting. That's one of the things on there, is identifying our priorities and how do we articulate those and who do we share them with.
No,
It's
that's
just, I guess, for me, my eyebrows are raised the same way, and support Steve's concern about it, in that if we normally have that process, why are we being specifically asked for something
For sure.
special?
So it's two different things, you know what I mean? It's like, let's give our priority list, I agree with that, but the other, and we probably should find out what the issue is and put it to bed.
Put it to bed. Yep.
So I have 4 things on there. Water conservation standards and ordinances, there's nothing on there besides that it's Justin, can you tell me where we're at with that, when that's coming? What's the status on it?
Yeah, so we'll be bringing a discussion to the joint meeting next week to bring it before the planning commission and the council again. And we're still trying to move forward to bring it to you in October for approval of the ordinance and then take it to Jordan Valley with the contract so we can try and get that approved before the end of the year.
Hi, Justin. Cool. And then internet service, we talked about doing a committee. I haven't seen anything on that. What's going on with the committee for the internet?
So we're still gathering information from some other providers so that we have a good foundation to kind of move forward with. Really, what you were presented with at the last council meeting was about all of the substance we had on that.
But we were going to form a
Task force.
task force.
Right.
committee. So where's the status on forming the committee and when are their first meeting?
I guess we can just get some direction from you about who you would like on there. I know Sherry, you volunteered to be on that.
I think a few of us.
Sherry and Steve, okay.
Yeah, so will you get some information out? Let's get cranking on that. So
I
we
will.
can either get moving forward or not.
You bet.
And then the other two are next week also, so thank you.
I also ask on the one of mine there, single-family housing ordinances. Any progress there?
Like that was assigned to Mike
What did
Malloy.
you say, Jerry?
Review ordinances to encourage more single-family housing.
Oh, yes.
Can I ask also, discussing next week, there's been discussion back and forth between, well, maybe these are offline discussions, I don't want to call anybody out. There are members of the planning commission that have suggested that there are ordinances that we as a city council might want to consider because of issues they see coming up through their experiences, the presentation, things that they have concerns about and stuff. Do we have a time on the agenda or something set aside for them to present those types of concerns and suggested ordinances? Okay, thank you.
Then I'll just suggest that we maybe add that now to our task list to review the suggestions from the planning commission.
Yeah, have the planning commission and then us review it. Yeah, I think that's a good point, Jared.
We'll just add it to the list so we don't.
Yeah.
So I'm guilty of that. We'll have that meeting next week, and then our next general meeting, I'll forget to say, put it on here. All right, we good to move on?
Yeah.
2.1, administrative reports, discussion regarding the Christmas box angel monument for Herriman Cemetery. Anthony.
Okay, good evening, esteemed council. It's good to be here with you tonight. Can you guys hear me okay?
Great.
Good. Okay, so this is an exciting project we've been wanting to bring to you guys for the last several months. We originally met with a resident, Miss Krista Benward, back in February. Wendy and I met with her, and she presented this idea to us. And she's actually here with us tonight, and we'll be hearing from her in just a few minutes. But she's very passionate about this project, and so we just wanted to present it to you guys here tonight and maybe get your thoughts and feedback on it. So let's see if I can advance this slide. Thank you. So what is this monument? Really, this monument is based off of the Richard Paul Evans novel, The Christmas Box, which is a story about a young family that moves in with an elderly woman over the Christmas season, and it talks about their Christmas season that they spend with her. But as part of this story, it talks about a young mother who visits an angel monument at a cemetery, and is seen mourning there and crying at the foot of this angel monument. And as this novel became more popular and the author was out doing book tours and other publicity functions for the book, he was always approached by people and asked where they could go to see this angel monument. Now, the story is mostly fictional. There are some pieces that are somewhat based on reality, but most of it is fictional. But it gave him the thought or the idea that there may be a place for a monument such as this, and that's kind of where this whole thing was created from. And the current monument that you see there on the right, it is based off of an actual statue that did exist in the Salt Lake City Cemetery years ago, that has since been destroyed or removed. But it was based off of that monument. Also, there are some components from the author's life, such as the face was modeled after his daughter's own face. And then there were some components that were taken from the novel, The Christmas Box, that were integrated into the design of this monument as well. And really what the intention of this monument is to give parents who have lost a child a place to go to mourn, to grieve, and to ultimately heal their tragic loss. There are over 120 angel monuments nationwide. There are quite a few right here in Utah and in the Wasatch Front. I know there's one up in Salt Lake City. I think it's Eagle Mountain that just recently put one in down in this cemetery. I believe Spanish Fork has ones, and there's several others that are trickled throughout. I did have the chance to visit one down in St. George while I was down there, and you'll see a picture of that one up in one of these slides here. But there are actually, I believe there's over 130 of them nationwide right now. So they are becoming quite popular. As part of this monument, we are asked, or the community is asked, to hold an annual candlelight ceremony on the 6th of December at 7 p.m. And this is just a gathering for anyone who has lost a loved one that wants to come together as a community and to grieve and honor those who have passed on. Let's see if I can go to the next slide. Let's talk about the cost real quick, and then I'll have Krista jump on and kind of speak to her desire to bring this to the community. The cost of the statue itself is $15,500, and the cost of the statue, we discussed this with Krista, and what is recommended by the Richard Paul Evans Foundation is that the community raises these funds either through fundraising or other means, and that's to pay the portion of the statue itself. And then the city would foot the bill for the base and the surrounding landscaping, which we estimate to be in the neighborhood of $10,000 to $15,000 for the granite base and the surrounding landscaping that we would install. So that kind of covers the cost of that. Now, Krista, would you want to jump on now and maybe just talk a little bit about your thoughts on this project and why you want to bring this to our community here?
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so I kind of wrote this little presentation up. So I thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for allowing me to present this. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you and explain to you why I would like to see this angel brought to Herriman. And I would like to bring the Angel of Hope statue to our city because I'm an angel mom myself to 18 babies. And 3 of those are buried in Herriman. So I'm that grieving mother in that Christmas book 18 times. And so I know the pain and the emptiness that these mothers and families feel, and especially when they don't have anywhere to go. This statue would give them somewhere to go. And I would like to do it in honor of my kids and in their memory. I even went out and walked the cemetery. I wanted to know for myself how many babies were out there. And so I took a couple nights and I walked the cemetery and counted them. And my heart broke, not just for the babies, but there are so many children out there, and my mama heart hurt. And so I counted everybody that was 18 and younger. And can anybody take a guess how many are out there? How many do you? Give or take, there's about 342. And that I compared my walking with Find a Grave and your guys' city online map. I kind of compared it all and kind of come up with the same number. And I just imagine the families that the statue could help for those kids that are out there. It would be a place where families who don't have a gravesite to go to, because whether they couldn't afford the funds, or they cremated their children or their loved one, and or they couldn't carry him to term because the baby was lost too early. So they just have empty arms and nowhere to go. And this statue would give them that. I mean, there are kids out there that have took their own lives. There are kids that have died due to illness, car accidents. There's so many situations. And this statue would be healing for any of these children's families. Even grown adults who have passed away could find healing and hope, because we're all children at one time. So I don't look at it as just for children. Yes, it's basically, made up that way, but it could be for any loved one's family. It's a place for healing and hope, and it's even described on her wing, the word hope. And, being a lifelong resident here, I have ancestors. My great grandma has 5 babies out there. So it's a way to honor our ancestors. I mean, they gave us this beautiful city. We could give back to our ancestors through this statue. I think this statue is a way to give to our community and help others who may be struggling in the journey of grief. It's lifelong, and I know. I truly understand their heartache. This is the kind of thing we need in our world today and in our community. It's a way to bring us all together and to show that we care for those that are struggling. I have a dream to travel and see all these, and I know that'll never happen. So I reached out to Lisa with the Christmas Box Foundation, and I started a Facebook page for them that shows every single statue that they've done up to date. And so if you guys want to look on there, you can go onto Facebook and you can type in the Christmas Box Angel of Hope Gathering. And in there, you'll see every single statue that they have that I've been able to obtain pictures for. And you can see how each community has placed her, how they've structured her, her surroundings. They've let parents, that's part of their fundraising. They've and I don't know that we're going to do anything this fancy, but they've done where people can donate and have their angel's name put on a brick and kind of do a little pathway, or they've done a memorial wall behind the statue and put names on it that way. There's so many opportunities and so many ways we can display an angel. And so, like each one's unique. You could jump on there and look. They're under the photos tab, and then they each have their own individual album. And then as far as raising funds, whatever I need to do, this is all new for me. I explained that to Anthony and Wendy when I first met with them. But, I think if we put this out there, that people are going to want to donate and see this happen. And I was talking with Anthony. I know you guys are doing a nonprofit within the city. I just would, whatever funds I want to be able to raise, I need to have somewhere where it's tax exempt to put the money. So that's something I'd still have to talk with you, Anthony, on that. But like I said, I'm willing to go out there. I'm willing to put it in the news. I'm willing to put it in our city newsletter. Social media is big. Whatever I can, I want to see this happen. I'm so passionate about this. I am in the process of trying to ask some of these other cities what they've done as far as fundraising to bring their statues in. So that's kind of, my situation, what I would like to see. I hope that I've expressed to you guys why I want to bring her here. I think she would be a beautiful statue to have, along with the ones that are already out at the cemetery.
Thank you, Krista. Thank you for your time. Thanks for coming and sharing your passion about this with us
You're welcome.
tonight. I see that Krista is very passionate about this project, and she really wants to make this happen. Just finally, this last slide just kind of indicates the proposed location there on this corner of which would overlook this infant section in the cemetery. This section right here is the infant section of the cemetery. We would orient it where the statue would face this direction here, kind of to the southwest, was our initial thought. So that's kind of the proposed location and our initial thought. But anyway, I'll turn the time over to you guys to give any feedback or any thoughts or anything else you'd like to say in regard to this.
Council?
I'll just, Krista, first off, thank you for taking the time to bring this to the city. for your desire and your passion. I can only imagine the feelings that you feel when you talk about it, and it showed through. But first off, thank you. I think it's a very good idea. I think obviously again, having not been in the position as some, I certainly have friends and family who have been in that same position where they've lost little ones, and probably one of the most challenging things that I've watched them go through for sure. And to give them a place other than, or even if it is part of our cemetery, to be able to go and to feel the peace that comes with that, I think that is a worthwhile venture, and I really like it. And thank you, Anthony, for already having the work done to show us where and how that would be oriented in the cemetery currently. And I think it would be a worthwhile effort for us to consider for sure.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say too, Krista, sorry for your loss. I do not have any idea how that feels, and I hope I never ever can empathize with that. But I tell you, but I tell you
It's hard. I don't want to wish it on anybody.
for sure.
So it's so heartbreaking to me. I just had this, feeling to go out there and just see, for myself how many we actually had. And it literally broke my heart. I started with babies, and I'm like, well, how much further age-wise should I go? And, my mama heart, and I'm like, well, 18, they're out on their own. So we'll go 18 and under, because it really broke my heart. And you don't want to see any families suffer that, and yeah, it's been hard, but I'm doing good. I'm trying to do positive things.
Well, I guess I would say that thank you, because a lot of times we get stuck in grief internally, and the best way to probably get out of that is to reach out and do things for others. And so I think that that's really a healthy thing that you're doing, to reach out and try and help others who are dealing with the same thing. So thank you. Yeah, I definitely do. I do believe in the fundraising portion of it. I think that there's something to be said about ownership in something, and I like that one picture you showed of the first statue you had up there. If you notice, all the bricks around there had things stamped on them. See how the names are all stamped on those? My guess is that that's because those are people who bought a brick, and that's how they raised the money for those things. And I just think that it makes it more personal. Like you said, there will be times when people don't have a place to go. There are no graves for some things, and so it gives them ownership. It gives them a spot with a name on it that they can go and just be there. So I do like that portion of it, not because I don't think the city financially should be obligated or anything in it, but I think that it gives people their ownership in it. It just gives them a spot that they can be.
Right.
Those would be my comments.
I feel like I should say something. I'm not really sure what words to say. The loss of a child, the impact that this community has felt with the loss of many children, it is a heavy loss. I'll just say this. I'm very supportive of this idea. I'm very supportive of the concept of the statute for all the reasons that were articulated before. I'm also very supportive of this being funded through community fundraising. I really like the idea of the community, I think the word you said was a community owning this, right? That it's not something that anybody's putting up, but the members of the community who really feel those passions and the need, and a place where there can be some healing. So I think that's all I'm going to say for tonight. So
I'll just add that, again, thank you for bringing this to us, and I agree with everybody's sentiment and supporting the fundraising aspect. And I'll just add that and Brett, correct me if I'm wrong, and just for the record, this is my neighborhood. I drive by this literally every day to in and out several times, and we actually really enjoy the cemetery and the peace that's there. And the picture doesn't show it there, but there are other monuments, right, with the flags and the plaques with, you know, honoring the pioneers and soldiers and things. And it really is a great place, and breaks my heart every time we drive by and there's a funeral in that section, because I know that's the infant section, and I know that we donate plots in that section. I think it'd be appropriate for us to donate the land, you know, the piece of property to put it on. But from there, I would agree. I think fundraising efforts are the best, and I agree with Krista. I don't think you'd have any trouble finding the donations for that, and the ownership aspect really plays into it that way. So I think it's a great idea. One thing I would kind of caution is, I know it's mentioned there's a Christmas box foundation, but I mean, the city has to stay away from anything that's commercially related. We wouldn't want, you know, in our communications or at the area, we can't refer to anything like that. It has to be really just more generic for people.
Yeah, no.
And to that end, I think that I've seen that the statue itself is copied many times, but the plaques, the content, the words that are used, are kind of individualized for each community and stuff like that.
The only thing on there, and on when we do have this statue made, like on the base, we do have to mention that it is the Christmas box angel. There does have to be a little plaque. It can be anywhere on, like if we want it in the back, just because that's their angels, you know, so, and we're bringing it in. So there does have to be a plaque or something on
So
there somewhere.
so if you're using their specific statue, is that what you mean?
Yes,
Has a
yes.
passage or something on it.
Yes. So every statue would have to say that.
So it just, does it say the Christmas Box Foundation?
It says the Christmas box angel is what they usually will put on the back of those.
I think we'd have to have some discussion about the size and location of that, but I wouldn't necessarily be completely opposed to that. It just
Yeah, and
That's
it's
why we have
most
a good
people.
attorney.
tasteful
there a
and
legal-
small and, you know.
Yeah, is there a legal problem with that?
With donating the land?
No,
Oh,
with
promoting the
with having
Christmas
the-
Box Angel. There's a commercial aspect, or do we need to have them say foundation on there?
You know, if it said foundation, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with that, right? I think we had this discussion recently about benches also and we had a discussion about that. I think, however, if you're dealing with, I'm guessing is probably a 501c3, you know, and the funds are donated and the land is donated, that would probably be fine.
Okay.
That would be fine.
We'll just
And
make
reading from,
That would be fine.
sorry, reading from their pamphlet here, it says, we recommend that you include that it is the Christmas box angel. So I don't know if it's a hard, fast rule that it has to be on there, and we'll have to check with the foundation.
I can double check with Lisa.
Just-
Anthony on-
Yeah, we'll just want to cover our legal basis on it as the biggest issue.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Any other thoughts?
That's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you guys for your
Thank
support.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, due to our late start, I'm watching the clock. 6:42. Item 2.2, South Hills Master Development Agreement discussion, Blake Thomas.
Okay,
Hi, Blake.
good evening. Thank you. Well, this comes up. This is a follow-up discussion from a work meeting item we had a couple of weeks ago, or was it a week ago? I can't remember. It's all blurring. But so this item, we were tasked with a couple of questions from our previous discussion. We had a representative in the audience earlier, but he had to leave. It was the attorney for the applicant on this project. He's now gone, so it's just Chase and I and Michael Malloy that will be going through these items. So the two questions that were asked last time were, can units be added per the 4.5 unit per acre provision in the MDA for donated property? And the second question was, does the proposed land use comply with the 2008 general plan and zoning?
Sorry, Blake. The question was not, can units be added? It's, are we obligated to allow them to?
Okay, thank you. So Chase and the applicant, myself, we met last week and we went over some of these questions. And I just want to turn the time over to Chase to cover the discussion on the 4.5 acre per unit provision question.
So I did review the MDA to see if we were obligated, as Jared identified, to allow those units to be included in donated property. To be honest with you, I don't think that we're obligated to. I think the applicant could potentially argue that we are, but I don't believe that we're obligated to. However, when we met to discuss this, they agreed that they would not pursue those units on that donated land. So from my perspective, that issue is now moot. I don't think we should provide them a hard and fast decision, and I would actually prefer not to, since they're not pushing that issue. Like I said, they have agreed just to not pursue those units.
So those have been withdrawn.
What's that, Sherry?
That's been withdrawn, that request.
Yes.
Okay.
And Blake can confirm this. I believe it was 140 units.
Yeah, we'll get to that on the subsequent slides that are coming up.
Okay.
Thanks, Chase. So as we go through, I just kind of wanted to give a little background and show the property that was originally part of the MDA and what's being added, because I think there might have been a little confusion. We didn't have a lot of great exhibits previous as we were in the early discussions with this. This one's pretty clear, shows the properties that were added. You can see the red hatching is the original MDA. The blue hatching is the Mountain View corridor area. And I believe in the MDA, the provision stated that since it was sold, I can't remember how the units transferred over. I think it meant that there were no units associated with it if it was sold, but we can clarify that. At any rate, there was a cap on the unit number in the original MDA based on whatever was agreed to at that point. The two squares up on the north part that have the bluish outline with the red hatched vertical lines, those are pod 35 and 39. That's the property that was obviously acquired from Rosecrest.
Hey, Blake,
You
can
can see-
I interrupt you right there? How could those have
Yes.
been added because they're not contiguous with the other property? I thought they had to be contiguous.
I'd refer to Chase on that question. It's a great question.
So it doesn't need to be contiguous. Generally, it is.
So their MDA, they could buy any property and anywhere in Herriman and add it to the MDA? I thought it had to be
Usually it's
contiguous.
not, right? Because most landowners purchase it in clumps.
Right, but I
Right.
thought their MDA specifically required it to be contiguous to their current property.
That's what was my.
Yeah, that's a
understanding,
major
too.
question.
I'll
whether-
look
'cause-
at that. I'm not familiar with that
I
provision
mean,
in the
I
NDA.
understand it's done and it's part of it, but that concerns me if that's the case. I wouldn't want it to be just open-ended where you could buy anything in anywhere in the city, because this is not contiguous.
Sure. No, that's a great question. I'll look into that.
Thank you. Sorry.
There's two things to clarify on that. Those two pieces of property are not done. Those are part of this amendment,
Okay.
adding them to the MDA. And another thing to clarify on that is adding property to the MDA has to be part of the disconnect area that came out of Bluffdale. So if it's outside of the area that disconnected in Bluffdale in 2008, it can't be added to the MDA.
Okay,
That provision in there. So
thank you.
those are 2 points of clarification. So that could quell some fear that they could just get property anywhere and add to it.
Yeah,
It's restricted to
good.
a certain. So, and then one of the main discussion points here, aside from the pod 35 and 39, is the blue hatched area on the south end in the center. That's what we refer to as the Kunkler property. And that's really where most of this amendment is coming from, is adding that property to their MDA and adding the units to it. And so as we get into the next few slides here, we can see here's the 2008 general plan, and you can't really see the area yet. The next slide shows an overlay. It's kind of hard to tell where everything's at, even with that. So I kind of want you to focus in the area kind of in just north of where the Army military actions are. That's the dark brown long rectangle along the south city boundary. Just north of that is kind of our focus area. And you can see there's a lot of low density residential, a little bit of medium density, and some open space. And there's actually a tiny little bit of mixed use that plays into this as well.
Mhm.
So the next slide, it gets kind of busy. It's hard to see. We've had planning looking at this. When we compare it to the old plan and the new plan, it's really difficult because the pods, I think, as I said last time, aren't the same shape and don't line up. They've totally reconfigured the property because now they have other property to add to it. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Michael for a second to talk about how this complies with the general plan and what he's found out.
Thanks, Blake. So one of the things to note in this image is that they're reconfiguring the location of the open space as far as the 2008 general plan. We haven't asked the applicant or the developer to provide this, but perhaps we should at least study to see, is this proposal a similar trade? Are we still ending up with a similar quantity of open space in this development? The other thing that you can see in this exhibit and in the legends, that their proposed density range is in line with the original MDA and the 2008 East Area Master Plan. So low density is 1.5 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre in the master plan. Medium is 2.5 to 8 units per acre, and high density is 8 to 20 units per acre. Probably one of the biggest concerns that I've maintained is recognizing that in potentially adopting this land use plan, where the developer is showing these densities, for example, the multifamily townhouse up to 12 units per dwelling unit, we need to understand that we've got to have a corresponding zone that also allows for that type of a density. So we're going to be looking at future rezones up on the mountainside, you know, if this is the new land use plan that the city's interested in adopting. So again, the density ranges are in line with the existing plan. I don't know how the council feels about, you know, is there an adequate trade-off for the open space? Is it even? Are we concerned about the reshaping of the open space? So those are the issues that I kind of still wonder about on this project.
Michael, this is Jared.
Yes.
I guess my question would be related to your comment on the example of multifamily and having a corresponding zone. What is the zoning in this area? So this is the general plan, but so if that's the issue, what is the zoning for these various pods? Do they identify which pods would be the multifamily? Do we have anything like that, or is this it? This is
right
just
now. Yeah. So right now, all that's before the council is essentially a general plan amendment or a land use amendment, you know, in the agreement. They haven't proposed, you know, what zones they would like to see for each of these pods. I was just trying to say down the road, I don't want to create a problem where we've committed to a land use plan that says one thing, but our zoning is saying something different. Now, obviously right now, our zoning is it's in a holding pattern, right? It's all agricultural, it's all low density, you know, zones, you know, waiting for a development request to actually come forward and rezone the property.
so I guess
So, yeah,
then
we would be looking at future rezones.
okay, so it's all A1 and it'll all be rezoned anyway because the current general plan has this designated with those three that you mentioned, right?
Yeah, yes, yeah,
Okay.
you can see. Mhm.
So then I think at least my question would be along the same lines of the open space question that you proposed, which my answer was yes, we'd want to make sure it's similar quantities, similar usability, right, with the open space. But then with the looking at the zone, you know, future zoning that would go along with the general plan is we'd want to make sure that it lines up with what we intend, if that makes sense. We want to make sure it's the same quantity. Kind of the way I'm looking at this is that as they get into planning, and at least this is what I've been told with all the building, right, is they get in and they'd start laying things out with the topography and roads, and we had a presentation from you guys about Mountain View. With Mountain View, they didn't need the one road and it moved over. So it looks like we're trying to overlay this and they're trying to maybe make things fit. Stop me at any moment if I'm wrong. So I would hope that you guys would look at it the same way as they're just repositioning things. I'd want to make sure that's all it is just repositioning, if that makes sense. To
Right,
fit the
right.
topography and that none of the fundamental elements change. That, I don't know if I've articulated that well
Yeah,
enough.
I think what you're looking for is just making sure that it's a kind of like an even trade. It's just a shifting, but we're maintaining the existing level of kind of density that we had already agreed to previously.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no fundamental change in what's being asked, it's just shifting it to fit the terrain. I don't know that I
Yeah.
really have any issue with that, but if the numbers are changing, if there's less actual usable open space compared to the original, that
Yeah.
sort of thing I'd be concerned about.
Yeah,
but-
because I don't care about the open space configuration necessarily. It's better if it's more combined or whatever, but,
The units thing, right, we keep being told that there's a bank of units. Well, I wouldn't want to shift this around to allow necessarily more density than what was originally intended
Right.
with the general plan either. if that makes-
yeah.
And the only thing I would say with regards to the open space is, again, I don't anticipate, and I'm sure that our staff would look at it, is does the reallocation or moving of that line up or conflict significantly with our trails, parks, trails, and open space master plan and what is envisioned in that area?
Yeah.
So again, I think that there's some flexibility there, but I want to make sure that it's looked at and doesn't create future issues down the road for a plan that's already been in place and adopted.
Yeah.
So I don't see anything as being too troubling or maybe, that I'm too worried about, but
Right.
yeah, I guess I'd turn the question back around on you and say, you guys are the experts, we'd hope that, yeah, you would look at that and make sure that it's balanced out that way.
Yeah,
Okay, we will, yeah, that's a quick analysis I'm sure we can do through GIS.
and Michael, specifically how that, how much of that land may become relatively unusable because of the slope there? I think that's important too. I guess I would say that there's a certain amount of usable space
Right.
before. We don't want to have less usable space because it's now pushed up the side of a mountain there, so.
And all of this, I believe, Blake, is outside of the 30% slope restrictions, right? This is all identified as developable, potentially developable property.
So yeah, this MDA did come in before the 30% slope hillside overlay was a thing. So they put de facto by the MDA, they're exempt from that. But then on top of that, Staker has a permit to grade in that area, and they've been grading towards their development plan in this whole area. So they have that will, I think, protect from having too steep of slopes because they have an approved or a land use plan showing where the grading has to be set. They have some areas where there's some slope up along the camp, but I think a 3-to-1 was the maximum slope, which is not really usable for things, but it can allow grass to grow on it or things. It's not so steep that you can't do anything on it.
Good sled hills.
It's a lot of those, and they face north, so yeah.
I've looked at this, several times. As Blake said, it's busy, and I've tried to see where, there's any real big changes, and I can't really identify anything that's really big. It looks like they're just trying to fit the puzzle pieces in a little bit differently. I mean, Pod 7, there's maybe a little bit bigger area, open space. So to Steve's point, are we taking away usable space versus unusable space? I don't want to get too nitpicky. It looks fairly close, but I guess my concern would be more what Michael had said is, are we getting like for like with the open space? And with the units, are we allowing them to use more of the quote bank that we've been told there's no way they can use, right? By shifting some, but if the numbers are kind of the same, then I don't really care how it lays out.
I agree.
But I would say that I really like the idea of those large swatches of open space through the neighborhoods and stuff. I think that's a really nice element. I like that idea.
Okay. The last slide I have is just a comparison of their proposed land use plan versus their approved land use plan that was amended in 2018 when the RSL complex was finalized and the whole deal there. So you can see there what they've added. ignore the green top line on the land use data table on the proposed plan because that's where they have removed their request for those 140 units. And so you see there's units being requested in the pod 35 and 39 parcels, that the non-contiguous pieces along Mountain View corridor that were part of Rosecrest, those are mixed in with the commercial. And then you can see the land use plan up on the hill. And this gives you, this is a little less busy to look at, so, but you can't see the general plan behind it either. But this does show what the densities they're looking at putting up there are, where the open space lays. And like we talked about, Jared mentioned it a minute ago, the roadway, this alignment still shown here is still their old alignment. They're messing and moving that around a little bit still based on their topography and how they're talking with other neighboring property owners so that they can all work together. And there will be a connection to the south that'll go down to Porter Rockwell Boulevard for that road, which will be good. As Mountain View becomes frontage road system, we'll have just multiple options to get from the north to the south in the future. So with that, I did learn that the applicant's representative, Bruce Baird, is still on the line. If you had any questions for him, he's available. If not, Michael, Chase, or I can answer questions you have. And I do appreciate the direction we got tonight so far on this.
Any questions?
I don't have any.
I think we're good for now. Thanks, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. I think this will be on for Planning Commission recommendation on the land use plan coming up soon, October 1st, I believe, next week. And then so you'll see it coming as a Planning Commission recommendation likely a couple weeks after that.
Okay. Thanks, Blake. We're at 7 o'clock by my computer here. We want to do whatever Jackie says we need to do. Take a 5-minute break.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the work meeting to go into our regular city council meeting after a 5-minute break.
I will second.
Motion is second. Do we need a roll call? All in favor?
Aye.
We'll see you back in 5 minutes.
We do want to do an update on the UDOT property, right? Let's talk. What Tammy's talking about, what, just.
I can do that. You, man. How are you? Good. I'll give you one of these here. What's going on?
Check if I was okay. Did I sign or?
No, I just said, hey, what's up, man? Yeah.
So the coincidence, my daughter was just in a car right then. And I was like texting furiously.
On the camera, so I feel like.
Well, I guess I'll give you one of these. Is she okay?
She's okay.
She's okay?
Yeah, so.
Her fault or like someone else's fault?
But
Well, might as well get it out of the way early, right? Everyone's got to have one.
Well, refinancing our house. And my wife's like, did you put rental on the full coverage? I'm like, I don't remember.
I don't
Is David on? We heard from David?
Yes. Chad's.
It almost sounded like you didn't know if he was actually going to join or when.
Okay. All right, we're going to get things going. Call the general city council meeting to order.
Yeah.
Mayor Watts is going to try to join us at some point if he can remotely. The rest of us here are here in the council chambers, socially distancing, wearing our masks, being good citizens. We'll try to get some business done at the same time. So we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilwoman Orrin will lead us in that.
All right. Repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
So I've missed that. It's like standing in my little office and by myself.
A little bit
It's not the
different.
same effect.
A little bit different in person. I'm glad that at least some of us are back. And look forward to a time where we all can be. We'll go with item 4.2, City Council comments, recognitions. Anybody have anything?
I just wanted to say, again, just what a great community we live in. I just saw some pictures today about, we had some volunteer cleanup opportunities and saw some residents out cleaning up some graffiti and trash. And man, I just love seeing that stuff. It's such a great community that we have so many people willing to serve, to beautify where we live, to just make Herriman a great place. And I just want to say thanks to all those who came out and offered service and helped clean that up. And just, again, encourage residents to continue to do those kind of things. It just keeps making Herriman a special place.
Absolutely. My kids are involved with youth council and stuff, and I know we're always volunteering with that stuff, but they always tell me they're surprised how many people volunteer for those sorts of things. That's great. Which jogs my memory. I hope I can go backwards a little bit and just mention future agenda items. Clinton and I had an email with a city council or a planning commission member about code enforcement. I don't remember seeing it on the list.
You are correct.
So that goes part of that, right, is maintaining a high standard and that pride in your community. So if we can add that to it.
I think we just need to keep that agenda item open for the rest of the meeting so we can just, oh, I remember.
I'm just fine with that. Anybody else have anything? Comments, recognitions? All right, we'll move on. Item 5, public comment. Audience members may bring any item to the city council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the city council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@herriman.org or by visiting herriman.org/agendas-and-minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting to submit a comment. Your statement will be read into the public record. Seeing no audience members tonight, nothing electronically. Seeing no public comment, we'll move on.
Can I make just, sorry, going back.
Nope, because you
we're talking about
had
how
your
things
chance.
come to mind. Just the absence of attendees here tonight brought to mind the plethora of attendees at the Planning Commission last week. I happened to just come in and there was a specific item in my district that was being discussed, and I wanted to kind of hear what was happening. And man, it was awesome to see so many people come out and express themselves so well. A lot of times when there's these kind of hot button issues, you get a lot of emotional expression, a lot of frustration, a lot of anger and accusation, stuff like that. And by and large, this was articulate, well thought out, well reasoned, well researched, great presentations by the residents. And I cannot stress enough how influential those kinds of presentations to the council are. I continue to ask for that. I solicit that feedback and that information from our residents, either electronically or in person, to please continue and make your voices heard. does make a difference, and I think all the residents who were here last time can vouch for the fact it does make a difference, so.
Yeah, I'll second that, that having people involved makes a difference, right? I mean, I hear too often from people, oh, there's nothing you can do. Well, there's a lot you can do. That's why we're here. And it's not just at the meeting. That's why our emails and phone numbers are on the website. We want to hear from people and know what's going on in their neighborhoods and help them. Anybody else?
Are you on to committee reports, or did we?
Yeah, let's move on. Board and committee reports. We went back to council comments. Now we're going ahead to item 6, city council board and committee reports.
Since I'll go ahead and get started. I've got a few to move through here, and I'll try and move quickly, but give you guys the important things that came out of each meeting. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Just to mention, because of the Utah League of Cities and Towns conference that is taking place this week, the Conference of Mayors monthly meeting was canceled, so it did not conflict. So there will be no COM this month. Again, those activities moved to ULCT. Had a UTA Advisory Board Committee last week. It's been interesting to see the effects on public transit through obviously the pandemic that we've been experiencing. The organization is continuing to move forward. Obviously, at the onset of the pandemic, right thereafter in March, when kind of everything got upended for all of us, the services across the board for UTA took a dramatic hit. And they made schedule adjustments and things and cut many of the routes and services to accommodate for the lack of ridership at that current time. We had a very good report from the executive director, and I apologize, I tried to find those, but I will find the actual presentation and email it out to everybody so that they can see that for themselves. But slowly and steadily, that ridership is beginning to come back, and primarily after what they typically they have what they call August change day each year, and that's where they will implement any changes to their current routes, add new routes, make modifications, those types of things. So they had their August change day, which was really just ahead and kind of coinciding with the return of schools, college, universities, and a lot of other things, at which time they have implemented almost all now back to all of the normal routes that were in operation pre-COVID. Ridership still has not made it all the way back to pre-COVID times. However, they are again recovering, and there was a substantial increase again associated with the August change day, and again a lot of kids returning back to school and those types of things. The one area that has been the most sluggish to return in terms of ridership is Front Runner. And it's kind of interesting to see that. I think those that were obviously primarily using Front Runner were those committing longer distances for their work, and I think that there's still a lot of those that are doing work from home at this time. And it will be interesting to see, obviously, long-term what decisions companies make in terms of work from home, and does that become a permanent part of their workforce. So we'll continue to watch that. The other one that was kind of highlighted was the VIA microtransit pilot, which is obviously taking place out in the south end of the valley and encompasses all of Herriman. Again, the initial kind of thought of putting in that pilot program was to really kind of help with, what they refer to as the last mile. That mile, either getting from, track stations or bus stations home or home to them.
For us, you mean it's every mile?
Yeah, true. But what they have found is that actually more people are using it not as really the last mile piece, but more, again, as their transit option to go to doctor's appointments and, and the like associated with it. They've actually had, again, there was, of course, a dip in the microtransit usage as the pandemic hit, but that has actually rebounded almost back to where it was prior to. But again, I think the data is showing that people are using it maybe a little bit differently than originally was anticipated.
Is that bad or good?
It's actually good. It's showing that people are aware of the service and they're using it, and it's helping to keep other traffic off the road. So it's been a good thing. Those were honestly the highlights that I think were covered, even though it was a lengthy meeting and we talked about service plan updates, capital development updates, and those types of things. It was, again, I think it was very interesting to see the effects on mass transit, and then how now we as a advisory council will continue to take that data and implement it into our future planning efforts. So that is it for UTA. Moving on to the South Valley Sewer Board. Just had that on Tuesday of this week. Nothing substantial in terms of operations, other than to tell you that the facility, when it was originally constructed, the first half of it, because remember, there's enough land there to actually build a complete second operation down there. That was designed to run at 15 million gallons a day. And currently, that is operating at about 14.6 million gallons a day. So essentially, that is operating at full capacity. They are having to send some of the flows downstream to the contract to Jordan Basin as well. But there is some time before they anticipate, because of the contracting and the flows that we can send downstream, before that they'll feel like they have to actually start construction on that second half. But it is running at capacity. The other piece of that is, of course, the thermal drying project that has been in the works for several years now. The construction on that was slated to be complete with that thermal dryer online by the end of October. A couple of things have slowed that progression just a little bit. The first being obviously COVID, the delay in getting some of those supplies in there, though the Bowman Collins, who is the project manager on that, and then Alder Construction, who has the contract to complete that work, has both done a phenomenal job in really taking ownership in that and taking the pieces where they couldn't get people in from out of the country or out of state to take those and really work through those processes. The one piece that is now really the last piece that will slow it down, which will bring this online and slated for final completion at the end of January, is as other places where they put the thermal dryer in place, they have found that the end product coming out of the thermal dryer is a little more dense, and what they actually call it, it's coming out more in dried sheets than the finer material that they anticipated. So the manufacturer of the thermal dryer is a company by the name of Huber. They are in Europe. They have went back to the drawing board. They have put what they are calling a crusher that will become part of that thermal drying process. They have manufactured this fix at their own expense, no additional cost to us other than the delay and some of those anticipated costs because of the delay to put this fix in place. And so they are working on the final pieces to get that piece here and attached and in place. Again, the thermal drying project is meant to reduce the amount of waste that needs to be hauled off site daily. And right now, they are hauling 80, I might mess this up. Let me see if I can find this actually. I believe it's somewhere around 80 tons a day out of there, and this will reduce it by about 1/5.
It's all wet, right?
Because now we're taking all of the moisture out of that. And now we're starting to look at the options of, because it becomes a Class A material that doesn't have the same restrictions when it comes to disposal, of now how we can potentially, market that to farmers and those types of things, and really help reduce that cost even more. So again, a little bit of delay in there, but a great progress that's coming along down there, and again, anticipated. We added just an extension to that current contract now that takes substantial completion up to the end of December, and then final completion by the end of January. So we're excited to get that project off the ground for sure. Next, I'll move on to Brett. I hope you don't care if I steal just a little bit of your thunder, because I got to be a part of it, but I was able to be on the UDOT commission meeting last Friday. was able to make a public comment to the UDOT Commission in regards to the UTA sliver that runs through the Auto Mall property. And long story short, at the end of that meeting, again, kudos to Blake and other staff here for the work that they did on that. A lot of help, a lot of lifting from UDOT staff after we had a chance to meet with them. Charles, what's his last name, Brett? Stormont, thank you. Charles Stormont did a great job there, but the commission approved that swap for the easement, obviously, in the future alignment of Miller Crossing Boulevard to the triangle piece. And it sounds like we have finally can cross that one off the list, so.
Oh, that's awesome.
That took a long time, but sorry, Brett, I didn't mean to steal your thunder on that one.
That's awesome.
We'll be talking about it.
Yeah, right, excellent. And then the last thing for me, just to inform the rest of the body here, I was selected to be a board member of the Utah League of Cities and Towns for the next year. And so that will be, I will basically be officially put in officially as part of the board during the general session of tomorrow's ULCT meeting. So some more representation for our community on the Utah League of Cities and Towns, which I think will be a great benefit to us, or hopefully be a great benefit to us coming back. So,
Is anyone else going to that? Are you guys going to that?
We're not on the board.
No, have you guys been going to this meeting? No.
it's all virtual. I'm attending virtually, obviously. So that officially takes place. They kind of had really the main kickoff, I think, today.
Yeah.
But then general meetings, tomorrow and again on Friday, I believe.
We looked at the agenda. There's some good items on the agenda, but if you have an interest in that, let us know. But in reality, we haven't spent a lot of money registering for it this time.
Yeah. I just was curious.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thanks
that's
for doing
awesome.
it.
Well, I'm like I say, I'm hoping obviously to have another opportunity to advocate for our community in another board there. I guess I decided I didn't have enough meetings on my schedule, so why not add one more, right? So, thanks, end of my report. Sorry to take so long.
Okay.
That's great.
I only, just from Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling, area cleanup is going on right now, but it's not the standard where the dumpsters get put on the street in your areas. You have to go online and reserve those. So that is open to Herriman. So go online on their website and reserve your dumpster if you want to participate in that area cleanup. They'll bring it to your driveway if you get it reserved.
Awesome. Just some updates from the mosquito abatement. There was an interesting conversation. So I'll start with this. Some interesting reports from the district. They have found for the year, the count for South Salt Lake is 4 West Nile virus pools, 13 in Salt Lake County and 29 in Utah total. There have been no human cases of West Nile in South Salt Lake County, and there might be one in Utah total, but they haven't been able to confirm that yet. So no positive pools in the last 2 weeks. This was through the 14th. So we're not quite out of the woods this season yet, but those are promising reports. There's only 1 case of Zika virus in the entire country this year, and that there were some cases of dengue fever, but almost all of those are related to travel outside the country. So I think there's only 21 cases that were reported locally. They're all in one little part of Florida, and we'll just chalk that up to Florida's got some weird stuff sometimes.
I have a question on the abatement. How is the, because they put in their new testing this year, right, on-site testing, is that going well?
Yeah, so let me explain that just for public consumption here. In the past, all of our West Nile tests had to go to Salt Lake County, and they processed all of them. And this is the first year that we've been able to process them ourselves and not have to wait on the county. As part of that process, we have to have the county kind of verify our first so many tests just to confirm that our lab is working properly and some of that. So we've passed through that, and now we're completely certified to do our own tests here in the South Valley here. So that's really encouraging stuff. Just little more sophisticated, a little faster, better service results. It helps us determine when and where and how we're going to try and abate with quicker decisions. So I'm
Yeah, 'cause
appreciative of that.
Yeah, it's instantly kind of, you know what's going on, so you can take care of it versus waiting for a few days for the county to get that.
Yeah, you can eat,
information.
because there's a possibility to overkill or not do enough
Yeah,
to make
exactly.
sure that we're
That's cool.
doing what needs to be done there. So
Good.
as a part of that meeting, there's a conversation that came up that I thought was, I just wanted to share the conversation and bring it to this body for some consideration. And that question was, well, let's put it this way. We all unanimously decided we hated virtual meetings and we hate wearing masks. So for what it's worth, we're all tired of that. But we also reluctantly had agreed to carry out virtual meetings for this particular board through the end of the year. And I expressed some concern that it was somewhat of an arbitrary decision to say, we're just going to push it off for a period of time, whatever that period of time is. And that as elected officials, I talked about this with the Association of Municipal Councils, where I got some more specific information, and then mosquito abatement is this idea of what does end game look like? What will it take for us as a community to get back to normalcy? What would need to happen for us to not have to wear masks everywhere, not have to social distance, and restaurants could totally open, and we could go back to movie theaters and sporting events. And the interesting part of that discussion was how many different ideas there were about what that looked like. And people like to use words like, well, when it's safe, when the numbers are better, or something like, and it's kind of this squishy definition, right? There's no specificity there. So I found out that by definition, at least for the Salt Lake County Health Board, is looking at there has to be less than 10 incidents per 100,000 people per day, and a positivity test rate of less than 3%. They would consider that being under control and safe to resume. The concern I have is that, and I'm articulating this out loud as thinking, not necessarily policy advocacy here, okay? There are no cures for viruses. They can't be, even.
I was talking about that with a doctor today.
Can't be eradicated.
No. Unless every single person in the entire world were vaccinated essentially with a permanent vaccine all at the same time, there really aren't cures for viruses. Even with the flu virus, for example, we know that every year you have to get a new vaccination, and even that is only 60-70% effective because the virus mutates and they're not sure that they're getting
Only
the
for
right
a
mutation.
particular strain, and there's many different
60 to 70 on a
strains.
good year.
Right. And the information that we have, at least that the state has revealed to us about the potential vaccines, I think I reported this last time, what they were reporting near the 1st of November, and there were going to be approximately 23,000 total doses, and that would mean 11,500 people could get vaccinated. And even those, they're saying you have to get vaccinated once, you have to get vaccinated again 28 days later.
Yep.
And that doesn't cure it, that doesn't necessarily prevent that you won't get it, and that maybe, and very likely you'll have to have it annually anyway.
And the threshold for any of those to be approved is 50% effectiveness.
Yes.
So even then, it's 50-50 that it's
50-50.
effective at all.
And so I'm not here to criticize, this isn't an indictment or criticism of public health officials or policies or anybody's politics around this issue. But as a legislative body, as a governing body here in the city of Herriman, I'm not sure that I'm clear on what an answer looks like for us in the city of Herriman to give a all clear for our residents. Are we going to abdicate that decision to the county or the state or the federal government? I'm not necessarily completely comfortable with that either. I don't necessarily know that I want to act against good advice from the county or the state health departments either. But I really wanted to start advocating for defining what we would need to see to return to normal. When can we start having meetings where we can sit in a room and not have to wear masks with each other? When you know, what needs to happen and what would that look like? So for purposes of this discussion, I don't have an answer, I have questions. And I think that it falls upon this body to contemplate the answers to these questions and consider being able to give a definitive answer to our residents based on all of the best information and best ideas we have available of what that looks like. So that there's a goal line that we're working towards, rather than saying, someday maybe if the wind blows the right direction and somebody's numbers somewhere show up to be within certain, I hate those kind of answers, and that doesn't help our constituency, it doesn't help our residents, it doesn't help the state know what we're trying to achieve. Right now, all we know we're trying to achieve is flatten the curve. We're on day, 600 to flatten the curve. We know we're supposed to get the numbers below a certain number, and they're way above that number, and we need more specificity. So for what it's worth, I'm going to continue to solicit specific answers from everyone I can, and I hope that this body will continue to consider what our answer to that question is going to be.
If I can, just a quick comment to that, Steve, because I think we're all anxious, obviously, to know what that answer is.
Yeah.
To know what it is we're shooting for. And the challenge, I think, is going to be is, even if we do define that for our own community, we have other entity or other organizations within our community that may see that completely different.
And again, that's what I'm not saying I'm advocating acting independently,
right.
independently, but I do think I don't want to abdicate our responsibility to try and define that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Like I say, I think obviously, having, kids obviously back in school like most of us do, there's been some concerns. I know at the local high schools, we've seen some of those already have to be pushed back to online for a couple of weeks because, again, their policies show at a different, at a certain threshold, then we have to do X. And I think that makes it very, very challenging, especially when you have, kids who got used to a kind of online school, but were excited to go back. But now there's this sense of uncertainty and honestly, in a lot of respects, fear, I think, in the kids of, well, should I even be at school? This person just got put in quarantine, or I just found out this kid, in this class was positive. What does that mean for me? And I think that, to your point, is without having kind of a goal line, or at least a something defined of what we're heading towards, all it does is potentially breed a little bit more fear and uncertainty in what the future looks like, and that's challenging.
Yeah, and I guess my purpose is to hope that in all of the, we all serve on various boards, and we're meeting with elected officials from all around the county and the state who represent a whole wide variety of communities, big and small. I just think it's good in those meetings, when there's opportunities and the time's right, to have these discussions and start bringing up, we need specificity. We need to know what the goal line is so that we can start working towards a goal. Otherwise, we're just working towards what? And that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
So.
I like the idea of specificity.
Yeah, me too.
Being specific, there we go.
And I'm okay with the specific goal line possibly needing to be modified based on better or new information that comes available. They think it only spreads so many, it has an R0 of whatever it is, and then they find out the R0's higher or lower.
That's just hilarious to me, is every day new information contradicts others. And I guess for me, I'll say I mean, there's only so much that we can do in our capacity, right?
Sure.
We don't have a health department. We don't have that ability. But having said that, that doesn't mean that the health department for the county should be telling us what to do because they're really more concerned about a denser population in Salt Lake City proper, et cetera. So that part of it, it's tough. And the main problem to me is that there is uncertainty and there is fear. And with social media and just the media in general, they like that, right? and the expectation out there for people is there will be a cure. Like that's the expectation. I think what the goal line needs to be is educate people this is not going away, and we simply need to figure out how to get on with life, right? And whatever that looks like. I mean, before this happened, I'd go on business trips or travel, and there were people wearing masks on an airplane when there was no pandemic, no epidemic, no nothing. That was just part of their routine because they're afraid of catching something on the plane. Right? I mean, so it's going to be
usually do on a
right. So it's going to be what makes you comfortable, right? I laugh as I watch people wear their masks in their car by themselves, right? But that gives them some sense of security that they can go about their day, and that's fine. And like you said, that's different for everyone. But I do think we need to get to the point where we set the expectation of this isn't going away. There's not going to be a cure. When people are saying there's a vaccine's going to fix everything, it's ridiculously inaccurate. And the goal simply needs to be, let's get back to working and playing and doing everything as much as we can and take whatever common sense precautions need to be done. And but we don't need to tell everyone else what they should do.
Yeah, and this is called life. We have a life experience, and there is uncertainty, there is fear, there's all kinds of things in everything we do in life. Just like you said about the mask on an airplane. When kids went back to school last year, guess what? Kids in everybody's household got sick because that's just the nature of it. Kids get back in a pool with each other. Everybody gets a little cold, a little flu. Things get passed around. And we build up immunities and we continue on with our lives. And you mentioned when they feel like it's safe. I don't even know what that
What does that
even
mean?
What does that mean?
It's a good sounding word,
Yeah,
but it's not.
It means something different to everyone. I was
it creates fear.
I was meeting with clients of mine yesterday. They're in their 80s, and they came to see me at an office. We have our safety protocols, et cetera. And she said, we'll bring our masks, et cetera. So I thought they were going to be super worried about it. So I made sure that all the cleaning materials were there, and they knew what our protocols were. We walk in, and he rips his mask off and goes through. I shake my hand and say, I don't care about any of that stuff. So it's different for everybody.
Right, everybody's got different thresholds. And
Right, but I think the thing is though, and I'm kind of I like the South Dakota governor's idea is we inform the public and then we let them make their own decisions because this is America and that's how it's supposed to be. We have liberties so that we can make those kind of choices because it's not, life is never 100% safe. You have more chance, I believe, of getting struck by lightning right now than you do of dying from COVID.
I think we get too caught up in trying to tell people what to do.
Yeah,
What's
so
the right thing to do? There is no one right answer.
Yeah, so I just worry about the thresholds that have been set by people in authority to set those, as I think they're extremely unrealistic and extremely vague. Safe numbers, what does safe mean? And we hear every single day how many people have been tested positive with COVID. Well, guess what? How many people every single day have been tested positive with high blood pressure or sugar diabetes or a billion or cancer, things that kill people every day the same? We don't see those numbers plastered all over. That we're zoning in on something that creates fear in our communities and make it impossible for kids to go to school and feel fine about going to school. I just think that we have to figure out a way to steer away from that. And there are people with strong opinions on the other side. I understand that, but it's deeply concerning to me. It
I'll
doesn't.
propose that we get past the election as soon as possible.
Exactly.
I've been told it goes away on November 4th.
that's
so-
what I've been hearing.
Way to
too.
go, sir. Way to
It'll
go.
all be cured on the day after the election. Right? So.
Sorry that we squirreled for so long. We ready to move on?
Yes. Yeah.
Public hearing items? All right, so item 7.1, public hearing and consideration of an ordinance adopting an impact fee facilities plan and impact fee analysis and imposing park recreation and trails impact fees and providing for the calculation and collection of such fees. Chase.
Thank you, council. So just as a reminder, this is a continuation of a hearing that was opened at the last meeting on the 9th for these impact fees. That hearing was for the enactment itself. We had already had a public hearing on the impact fee analysis, and this hearing is a continuation again from the 9th, just for the enactment, so.
Have we had any comment submissions, Jackie? And there's still no one in the audience, so I don't see any comment. Can we motion to close this now?
Yes.
Yes?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I will second.
Motion is second. We need roll call on that? All in favor?
Closing the public.
Just closing public hearing.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And then,
I
if the
will,
council wants any discussion, consideration?
is there any further discussion on this? Because I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
So I'll motion to approve ordinance number 2020-30, adopting an impact fee facilities plan and impact fee analysis and opposing the park, recreation, and trail impact fee, and providing for the calculation and collection of such fees.
I second.
Motion second. Roll call vote on this one. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. I assume we still don't have David on the line? Just make sure. No? All right. The motion passes. We'll move on to 7.2, public hearing of a fire EMS impact fee facilities plan and fire EMS impact fee analysis. Chase?
Thank you, council. So the city recently contracted with Zions Bank to conduct an impact fee facilities plan and impact fee analysis for fire services, fire and EMS services within the city. They have prepared those. We've noticed those up. Public has had an opportunity to review those. We are required under the state statute to have a hearing on those. And as is scheduled for, under item 7.3, we'll also have a hearing on the enactment tonight. As you know, we are trying to push this along as quickly as we can as we make our departure away from UFSA and begin our own fire service with, or contracting with UFA. So that is one of the reasons we're expediting this item as opposed to how we handled it with the parks and recreation and open space.
Just to verify, one of the things we talked about last time and part of our impetus with expediting this process was that the financial impact to our residents is nothing. There's no change. They will be paying the exact same rate they were paying under the previous ordinances as they will under this ordinance. And so we're just changing who that's getting paid to, not how much is being paid. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So we are not currently collecting an impact fee for fire and EMS services within the city. There is one being collected, but it's not being collected by the city. It's being collected by UFSA. So now we are simply imposing that fee, and it will be collected by the city. So nothing changes. The impact fee rate is a little bit different than what UFSA was collecting, but that's, I don't recall what that specific rate is that they have, but it's a matter of dollars. And again, that's paid by new development. That's not paid by existing homeowners within the city. That's paid as new development comes into the city.
And the reason there may be a little bit of a difference in there is because that's based on our analysis for our community and not the analysis for the entire UFSA, which was originally collecting it.
Exactly.
So-
And those fees anticipate future development and the service that would be provided by these fire and EMS services within the city. So.
Thank you for that clarification.
Correct. So the public hearing, we have two public hearings on for this item. The first one, again, under the state statute, is required for the IFFP and the IFA to receive public feedback on that. And that can be opened and closed today or continued as we've done previously. And then the second one would also be for the enactment, which can be opened and closed today or continued for more feedback.
I'll just add for public consumption that the timing issue is simply that there's a 90-day
That is
waiting
correct.
period from the time that we actually vote to enact it before we can start collecting it.
collect.
Our separation from UFSA will occur the beginning of January. We want this to coincide so that there's no gap.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. And that date, if we approve it today, would be end of December. I don't have the exact date done in my head. That's not what attorneys are great at, but we it would be about the end of December that that enactment would go into effect.
And we typically only have one meeting in December.
Do you care to elaborate on what attorneys are great at?
I was just.
We're still,
I
No, if-
withheld my comment. I thought the same thing though.
we're great at reading, you know?
Reading and writing really long sentences.
That's true.
Any
So I-
discussion?
Yeah, any other questions for me? I'm happy to field.
This is public hearing. Do we have any public comment? Nothing electronically? No one here?
No,
Did we actually open the
You
public
just did,
hearing?
yeah, need to officially open the
Oh.
public hearing.
Yeah.
Which you can do without a motion, and then it would, a motion to close it.
So we need to have an official motion to open a public hearing?
You can just open
You can
it.
just
Or I can just say the public
Yep.
hearing is open on this item?
Yep.
Said public hearing is open on said item. Do we have any comments? Nothing, I'll double check, nothing electronically.
Then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any discussion? Is that all we need?
Yes, just to clarify, there's no action taken
Okay.
on the
That's just
IFFA, or
that we've
IFFP
had
and the
the public hearing
IFA.
and it's
Correct.
closed.
Just to take
Okay.
feedback on those items.
We
Yeah.
are going to have an action meeting about this before next week's joint meeting, right? We're going to have like a
So-
special meeting, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Enact.
That's
So
the
that's the
direction
one.
council gave us.
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll move to item 7.3 and open the public hearing relating to the fire EMS impact fee enactment. Do we have any comments? I'll look to Jackie again. Nothing's come in electronically. All right. To the
And Mayor-
council.
Mayor Pro Tempore, if I could also state, this has also been provided to the public. Under state statute, we're required to provide the enactment for them to also review, for the
It has
public
been
to also review.
noticed.
We've noticed that up, and public has had an opportunity to review that.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, wow, we're down to the item 8, consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Motion is second, we'll roll call on this one. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Still no David, I assume? Still no David? Okay. Just want to make sure if I'm doing roll call that I don't skip over.
Not on.
I mean, he's not on, then that motion passes. We'll move on. Is that really it? Wow. Well, if we
Don't
would,
question
if we,
it,
if we wouldn't have
don't
talked, so-
question, Jared, just
if we
read.
wouldn't have talked so much, this would have been really short. 9 future meetings, September 30th, Joint Planning Commission, City Council meeting at 6. October 1st, Planning Commission meeting at 7. October 14th, City Council work meeting at 5. City Council meeting at 7. Upcoming events, October 1st, volunteer opportunity painting at Black Ridge. October 5th, Magic Brooklyn Live at Main Street Park at 5:30. And then whatever Jackie needs us to say to do whatever we're doing next.
I'll motion that we adjourn our city council meeting and reconvene in our work meeting after another short break.
Motion?
I
Can
second.
I second that with one caveat. The city council work meeting on October 14th will begin at 5:30 PM, not 5 o'clock PM. And then I second.
Also, I believe we need to let you know that we're going to be having that council meeting September 30th at 5:30. Is that correct, Jackie? And then joint meeting at 6.
So it's at 5:30 and the other one's at 6.
None of that's on my paper to read, so I'll just trust you. We have a motion and a second.
So I will make my motion with the changes noted.
With the amendments?
Yes.
Amended motion with the second.
Then I second the motion with the amendments.
Do we need roll call on this one?
Nope.
Nope. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll see you again in a few minutes.
Thanks again, John, for helping me out with all the parts here.
Were you running out of juice? Do you not have those plugged in?
Oh, there it is. I'm like, I don't know where it's
I had
at.
to look before.
I
That's
saw
it.
you had one.
There's one right there in front.
There it is.
Sorry, I didn't see it. I was too short
I
to
had
see
to
it.
laugh, Steve, as you were talking about the fact that, your samples had to be tested first.
Right.
And then by Salt Lake County to verify to make sure we knew how to do our testing. The only thing that popped in my head is that doctor that walks in the room and says, guess who Just read what's on the paper.
Right.
Good, all right. Welcome everybody back. I'm sure we've got lots of viewers for the continuation of our work meeting. We're on to 2.3. I'll just mention that we are socially distancing and we're having a very late dinner. It's 8 o'clock, and so you might not see us with the mask on and occasionally eat something. Apologize, but we're gonna get work done. So item 2.3, discussion of a text change to M1 manufacturing zone to add personal instruction services as permitted by use file number Z 2020-048, Michael Malloy.
Thank you again and good evening. This is a topic I know we have discussed once before with the city council. Next slide. In the staff report, we have this timeline. The applicant submitted the request in July. We did a newspaper notice for the public hearing. All text amendments do require a newspaper notice. That public hearing was held on September 3rd. Voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the text amendment. We included in your packet draft copies of the meeting minutes. Again, those are just draft copies. We also described in the staff report that the request is for permitted use designation, that the Planning Commission had recommended that it be conditional, and we'll talk more about that. Of course, tonight we're having our work meeting to discuss the proposal, and then assuming that this would be appropriate for the next regular meeting agenda, October 14th, you would have an opportunity to vote on the proposal. Next slide, please. For reference, included a few of these other definitions of similar land uses that are already allowed within the M1 zone. We talked a lot about the indoor and outdoor recreation, which are both conditional in the current code. Because all of these services have children coming and going, vehicles that are dropping off children, I thought also it was interesting to see that charter school is also a permitted use currently in the M1 zone. So the impacts, the traffic, the clientele are all fairly similar. Next slide. Now, although this is a text change that would apply to our M1 zones wherever it's located in the city, this was submitted by one of our development partners who has been building Rockwell Landing Business Park. You can see DBAT, indoor recreation land use, currently operating here in this center. And I believe it's in this building here on the right side of the screen where they're hoping to have this dance studio come into this business park. Next slide. So the M1 zoning right now is limited to the southern end of our city. The city council may recall that we did have a small M1 rezone up along Mountain View. That technically is an M1 ZC. We had a zoning condition on that, which limited land uses that were allowed on that particular property. So really this zoning text change would impact this area that's here on the southern end of the city limits. Next slide. So again, Planning Commission recommended approval, but they did recommend it as a conditional use and not the permitted use that was requested or proposed by the applicant. And the Planning Commission also recommended that there be some additional criteria. They were concerned about making sure that the site was adequate for traffic flow and that there would be sufficient off-street parking. During the conditional use review, if it were a conditional use review, we would certainly study that and bring that before the Planning Commission, and then they would make the final decision on that. So in the draft, it's not really the draft ordinance, but I prepared some draft text for you. You'll notice that I had a footnote in that text that showed basically this language. that the use would be subject to site plan review and specifically addressing traffic flow and off-street parking. So any questions about the proposed text change?
I don't have
Okay.
any.
No,
I'm supportive.
I have two. I like that it's conditional rather than just permitted, and that they, you know, the other language there to make sure that things flow properly.
Yep, agree.
All right.
Michael, I just have one question I wanted to ask is, if we make this a permitted use, we were to allow this, let's say in this particular location, a dance instruction, which I'm supportive of. I'm going to ask you to speculate a little bit. Is there a situation in where we would be likely to not approve one of the other conditional uses in that zone to be adjacent to it because it's there? I'm just wondering, under what circumstances we'd be reluctant to approve something else that's been designated for that zone because we've approved this single conditional use. Does that make sense? Is there a potential conflict you can see that I may not be contemplating at this point?
There are some land uses that cities will have like a separation requirement. They'll say, okay, this land use is permitted in a particular zone as long as it is so many feet away from another land use. Sometimes, for example, you'll see a land use also be limited based on population. So, for example, check cashing businesses are sometimes regulated that way. They'll say, okay, we can only have one per 10,000 residents in the city. So that's a possibility. We have already been talking about how we need to look at perhaps creating an M2 zone and trying to separate out some of these uses. Clearly indoor and outdoor recreation as a conditional use in the M1 zone is compatible with the proposed use. But maybe some of the more intense real manufacturing land uses that are currently in the M1 zone, that's what we've been talking about, maybe creating some new zoning tools. I actually did have a meeting this week with members from the Economic Development Department saying that let's look at this together and make sure that our commercial zoning tools are in line with our economic development goals of the city. So that's something that we are just now starting. And I was thinking specifically about trying to resolve some of this concern or some of these problems where we have maybe a blending of some land uses that I think could be better. And I think, Steve, that would address the concerns that you were just raising.
Yeah, specifically, I wouldn't want, I was contemplating certain types of, manufacturing or processing or things that might go on that we wouldn't want necessarily next to a dance studio because there's chemicals or off-gassing or dangerous equipment or something along those lines that might provide a conflict. And although I'm supportive of this location, supportive of the dance instruction, and I think that I've seen plenty of cases where you have kind of mix of these types of things. You might have a carpet distribution place next to a dance studio, and I think those kinds of things are fine, but I wouldn't want to discourage the normal M1 activities because we've approved a single conditional use in there. And that's, I'm worried about it from an economic development standpoint of, are we potentially ruling out some other real positive economic contributions to
that provide employment that we need for
employment,
other businesses,
taxes, all those kinds of things that a dance studio, I don't know.
Yeah,
provides the
I
same
think
thing.
another thing though to know that we have to at least fall back on is we have the building code and the fire code, obviously, that are gonna stipulate what separation requirements are and those types of things, regardless of what's next to them. It's really not gonna matter whether it's a dance studio or whether it's another type manufacturing to help provide that protection there. But your point is well taken. We don't want to discourage from taking away from the intent of the area as well.
Because they may a lot of times say if in this case the dance studio is there and a type of business wants to is looking at locating there, but there's a dance studio there, they'll just choose not to because it's already there and they don't want to deal with the parents, that kind of thing. That did make me think of a question, though. We're talking about putting this into the zoning, and I understand the planning commission saying conditional, so it has to come to them. But that's upon construction of this, right? So if the dance studio's there and their lease is for a year, and the dance studio goes out of business and that property owner then wants to put something else in there, see what I mean? But so it's part of this.
Like a business license.
Yeah, so let's say, and then another dance studio wants to come in further down in this, because this is the same property owner, we've got that picture, right? You've got a row of these things. Let's say 2 years later, a new dance studio wants to go in at the far end in a different location. It doesn't come through the same process. It wouldn't have the same protections in place for traffic flow, et cetera.
But does it through the?
But it's allowed in the zone? Like, how does that work?
Does it do it? Through
Yeah, let me
business
clarify a little bit. Jared, you're right in thinking that a conditional use, once it's been approved by the city, is transferable. But it basically, it would have to continue. So if I have a dance studio and I decide I want to sell it, I need to transfer that, basically that land use to another party. I'm going to transfer that business to another party at that same location. So let's say that the dance studio decides to move. They've outgrown the site. They have another building that they move into.
But the dance studio is not the landowner.
Yes, no. So it has to be continued though. After 1 year of non-use, there is no more land right. It disappears. And then any new application, even though the space has already been constructed, any new application would go back through the planning commission process.
What's the application? Because it's just a business license, right? Do we have a process to catch that?
So as part of the review, the business license comes in, and there needs to be a planning check, a zoning check. So somebody from planning is looking at that and determining, is this a permitted use or a conditional use? And if it's conditional, then we go back through this process again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Michael, I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding this. Let's say that this unit itself is a fourplex, I guess we're talking about, or if you allow permitted use in a portion of that, are we essentially saying that any of those units can be used that way, or any unit in that zone can be used that way? Or are we saying just this particular one can be used?
Address, right?
This is a particular address, right? Unit A can be used for a dance studio.
Yeah.
And then if I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand you, are you saying that the next business in Unit A would also have to be a dance studio?
For that permitted use to continue.
Right, but if another business came in that wasn't a dance studio, after 1 year,
They lose that condition.
there'd be no permitted use for a dance studio again unless
Without
they
going
came
back
back.
through a process.
Okay,
Yep.
just want to make sure. Thank you for explaining that, Michael.
Sorry. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Move on to 2.4, discussion pertaining to bonding options for water infrastructure. Alan Ray.
Hello. 2 weeks ago, I met with Brett and Wendy and Justin, and with the idea of looking into some options for funding some priority water projects, and the biggest part of this is a water tank that would be around $14 million, and so there's about $20 million of pretty high priority projects. And to start with, let me just have Justin tell you about the projects that he's seeing from his point of view as our high priorities that need to get taken care of.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Alan, and Mayor and Council. So we'll kind of go through here. Some of these projects you've seen in the past, many of them, and then a couple of them we have discussed because of some of the things that we experienced this summer with high water demands, and then seeing some lower water pressure in a couple of areas. So we advance to the next slide. So here's a map showing and identifying some of those projects. So we'll just start kind of at the bottom of the screen. Alan kind of alluded to this project. This is something that we've been talking about for quite some time, and that is what we're calling the East Herriman water improvements. And these include 2 2-million-gallon water tanks, pump station that will pump water to each one of those tanks. It's called the dual zone pump station. It'll be one building, separate piping inside that'll allow the pumping to each one of those separate tanks because they're at different elevations. And then the pertinent water lines to connect the pump station to the tanks. One of the other important things that we're working with developers on is we can build these water tanks and the infrastructure, but without them connecting to the developments, they're basically, you know, just sit unused. So we are working with the developers to try and get those installed as their roads and developments go in. But if the timing does not work with the developer, then we see it necessary for the city to install those. And so that would be included, and you can see how I've identified that as the additional East Herriman water improvements. And those would be the lines coming from the Zone 2 and the Zone 3 tank there, connecting into those existing, the existing infrastructure. The next project there that we're calling the Juniper Canyon water improvements, there's multiple water lines that will be installed throughout the Juniper Canyon area. The largest one will be a large transmission line that will eventually feed a water storage tank or reservoir for irrigation water. That's something that obviously that irrigation reservoir is something we've discussed in the past as far as we wanted an open reservoir, a tank, but that's something that we can decide in the future. But these projects we're looking to install previous to the Juniper Canyon recreation improvements that Wendy and her team are working on to install the trails and the improvements along Juniper Canyon. And we're anticipating these water lines being installed prior to that so that we don't build the improvements first and then have to come in and tear them up later. So that's a very important project to get done. And then continuing to move up, we have an existing Zone 4 pump station that we're looking to increase capacity in to help with the increased demands that we've seen. This is an existing pump station. We're looking into upsizing the pumps and some of the mechanical equipment and electrical equipment to handle that. Another pump station we're looking at is just a little bit to the west. And this would be up near 7530 West, and this would supply water to what we call pressure zone 5. This is currently being fed from the water tank that's in the cove. And as you know, we've experienced some water pressure issues in there. So that this pump station would help alleviate some of those concerns. And then the next one is the North Herriman water improvements. Now we see this one as probably the largest benefit to help some of the things we experienced this summer. And this would be connecting to a water line that was installed for the Bullfrog Spas, and it is directly fed from Jordan Valley off of their large water line that comes up 118th South. This water line would come from that connection down 118th and then across where the future alignment of 6400 West would be and connect to Creek Ridge. Now this has another benefit to where the development for the gathering at Creek Ridge is also dependent upon this water line as well. But we're moving forward with that pipeline so that we can make sure and try and cure some of these deficiencies that we've seen before next year. We've already went out to RFP for this project so that we can get a design engineer on board. So that's kind of an overview of those projects. So if we go to the next slide, this kind of gives a breakdown of the anticipated costs. So that North Herriman, so this is somewhat broken up into priority as well. The North Herriman water improvements that we talked about, we're anticipating being about $1.5 million. And that is, like I said, we're going out to design on that project. So we'll get a little better idea on exact cost, but we've used costs to anticipate this from some previous projects that we've done, and then also with some help with our engineering firm. The East Herriman Water Project, that $12 million is based on an engineer's estimate that we've received because we're in design of that project. And then the additional East Herriman water improvements down, these are the two lines that I spoke about that will connect the East Herriman infrastructure to existing infrastructure. We're anticipating that being about $2.5 million. Like I said, we're working with developers to get that done, but we need to make sure that those get installed because this project will also help alleviate some of the high demand concerns that we saw this last summer. Then the Juniper Canyon water improvements, that 2.4 is based on a hard bid that we received from a contractor. And then the Zone 4 pump station upgrades is estimate received from an engineering firm we're working with of about just over $500,000. And then the Zone 5 VFD pump station is about $1.1 million, and that cost is based on a master plan cost estimate. So as you can see there, it totals right at about $20 million for total project cost.
Okay, as we looked at these and tried to figure out how we would finance these, and I guess to just right up front to say, we're looking at water. You've talked about wanting to do some priorities and some improvements and so forth, but water is really a different deal than everything else we do. It's completely a separate entity, essentially. It's treated as a separate business. We can't take money back and forth between the water fund and our general city. But as I looked at this one, I'm looking at it and over the last 6 weeks or so, been going back and forth with a number of meetings with Zions Bank, looking at how we could finance this, and a couple of things came out of the meetings. And first of all, I do believe that a bond for this would be beneficial at this time. Okay, we've looked at Jonathan, could you move to the next screen? Okay, well, that didn't carry over very good when we put it up there, but because of the market that we're in right now, we've been looking at, okay, if we get $20 million of new bonds, and we currently have the ability to refund both our 2015 and 2017 bonds, and the analysis on refunding 2015 and 2017 would actually give us a savings over the life of those bonds of $486,000. And I don't want to be that specific actually, because, as we go through this process, those numbers might change a little bit, but it's coming in that we could refund those bonds with a net present value of over 6%. Best practices in the industry and in GFOA says if we're over 3%, that we should move forward with the refunding. So we're looking at getting $20 million worth of new funds, refunding a $7.3 million existing bonds. And because of the market where it's at right now, it is estimated that we could go out to the market and borrow these funds at 2.1%. Spanish Fork just actually did one at 1.6%, so we might even be better. The underwriters are believing that even if we go out at 2.1, we would come in with somewhere around a $5.2 million premium on these bonds. So we essentially would be borrowing $22,430,000 $30,000 to get 20 million of new funds and refund $7.3 million existing bonds. The market is way down right now. However, it's kind of weird because what you would expect of the bond market right now isn't exactly what's been happening. But the bond markets have been pretty active, and with very low interest rates, it's kind of strange to see the bond markets kind of active. But we have an opportunity here to save a pretty good amount of money by refunding. And just let me say that whether or not we add the $20 million and go that route, which I think would put us in a much better situation getting in front of some of these things that have to be done right away, we would still want to refund the 2015, 2017 bonds. But our cost of issuance and underwriting will be about the same to refund those $7 million bonds as it would be to do the entire bond issue, just because, you know, the legal is the main thing on bond issuance, and you know, it doesn't matter how many dollars are there; everything else is the same in the documents. So we've got an opportunity here, and to me, I see it as an opportunity to get in front of a lot of projects here, so that we could then be focusing our impact fees on more smaller projects that we could do as we collect them. But a couple of things to just point out along with this is that if we were to do this, it would be a water revenue bond. That means that the only security for the bond is water revenues. Okay? No other asset, fund, anything of the city would be encumbered by this money. If we stop collecting water revenues, they have no claim on anything else from the city to pay for. That is strictly their only revenue from it. So, and these construction projects were built into our latest rate study. So from what I see, I don't see that we would have even a rate increase or rate change because of these bonds. So, you know, we've got some real positive things and, you know, I'm pretty bond averse if you know me, but I think of all of the ones I've looked at, this is one that looks like it really does look like an opportunity for us to do something with it. Like I say, no other city funds would be encumbered by this. They couldn't look to any other city asset for repayment. It is built into our rate structure. We are required on this type of bond to have 1.25 times debt coverage. We are currently at about 6 times on our current structure. And doing this bond, we would still be more than 4 times coverage. So we have really good opportunity here to maybe getting out in front of some of these costs that we've been trying to take care of. Any questions? Any concerns?
A quick question. If the interest rate were to be 1.9 instead of 1.6 instead of 2.1, how would that affect the par amount and the premium amount?
Well, if the actual, when we go out to market, as you know, when you do a bond, you actually put a stated rate on the bond. So if the lower you get the interest rate, the bigger your premium will be. So if we get down to 1.6, the premium would even be higher. Now, when we went out to with our bonds, In 2016, I don't know if any of you are even aware of these, but we went out and refunded our SAA bond for the town center, and we did a new bond for the incentive money for the town center. And between the two of those were 20 million total. We came out of those two with a little over $4 million in premiums. That's been a pretty good market for us lately, and we actually, we can legally go out to these and negotiate the terms, but we have been very successful over the last 5 years going out to the open market and going to bid on them. So it's worked really well. And we've used Zions Bank as our financial advisor, but all of our underwriting for the last couple of bonds has been with KeyBank, and they have been just extremely good at getting us the market where we need it to be. So, yeah. What I'm kind of looking forward for here is this something that you would be interested in pursuing? If it is, what we would then do is come back to you with a parameters resolution. A parameters resolution would say that we're looking at bonds, but we're not willing to go over a certain interest rate. And we're wanting to go to bonds, but we're not willing to go over a certain amount of par value of new bonds. So you set the parameters of the outside of the worst case that you would look at. And then we would actually go to actually designing the bond issue so that it would structure to fit within our cash flow and our timing. Now, there's not a big hurry on this, other than we don't know what the interest rate's going to do. But from the time we do the parameters resolution, the very fastest a bond could happen would be 60 to 90 days, which is going to put us in December, January. Probably not going to be doing many water lines in December, January. So we got a little time to think about it. But I would suggest that if it is something we want to pursue, we get at the parameters resolution. We actually get the underwriters specifically writing our bond issue. They'll keep track on the market with us, and we'll work out with them what we think will be the very best time to go into the market, and we would go down that road. So now, currently, Jonathan, if you go to the next slide, okay, you'll see there, that's what we currently have in our two bonds, where the water bond 2015 is with the Utah Department of Drinking Water. Is that what it is, Justin? Okay. The other one is actually just with KeyBank. So we got 7.3 that we would be renewing or refunding. On those two bonds that we are now refunding, we have currently payments of $685,000 a year. Now, refunding those two and doing the 20 million, and I've given you a wide range there, but it's not that it's going to be that much different. But what it will be is it will start out at the 1.2 range for the first probably 10 to 12 years, depending on how we structure it. And it would escalate a little bit in the latter years to where probably our payment 20 years from now would be at the 2.2. But we're also structuring this so that the refinance of these two bonds is not going to add life to the length of those two. Those will come paid off sooner through this, and then the 20 million would carry on to the rest of it. When we do these refundings, we try to do it so that the refunded portion is paid off in the same time period it would have been done if it had continued the way it was. But, you can see that, bonds that we did in 2015 and 2017, the interest rate's gone down far enough right now to save us almost $500,000 in interest, which is just crazy that in 2 years, the interest rates changed that much. So that's what I got.
I know I have tons of questions. Some of them I'll throw at you tonight and others later. Does anybody else have?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you kind of the easy ones I've written down, and I honestly, I mean, as far as direction, I'd say that's good to hear we have time, because need more time to dig into the Zions stuff.
Right.
On the refunding savings of the 600 something, right, or savings of $486,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yet the cost, just the cost of the issuance is 384. So we're only saving 100?
No, the savings is net present value, so that's after the
That's
cost
after
of
the cost.
issuance.
All right, just want to make sure on that
Yep.
one. And then and then two other things. You mentioned the water fund is separate and we can't transfer money back and forth yet. I believe we've borrowed some money. How does this, remind me the technicality there?
Well, we borrowed money. We borrowed money from them, and so that's just a loan that we've done an official loan on. But over the last, it used to be in the state of Utah that enterprise funds were kind of rated routinely to pay for city operations, but that's been pretty well shut down by the state legislature. The only way we can actually take money from the water fund and use it in our general fund, we would have to notify every one of our water users that that's what we were going to do, and hold public hearings on it. But you can't just take it. But it's separate in the fact that the security for the debt would be strictly the water revenues. It doesn't affect any of the rest of the city funds. And, the water fund is structured in a way that, every few years we have a rate study done, and we just had one a year ago. And what they do is they look at it and say, okay, this much is due, is what it's going to take to operate the water fund. This is how much we're going to need in capital improvements. This is how much it's going to take to make bond payments and so forth. And they use all that to come down to a rate that says, if we set this rate, the fund should break even. Now, we've not stayed completely on that because our growth has been greater than what was projected. So we're actually ahead of that schedule. But the whole premise behind the water fund is that it is established to collect just what it needs to pay for its own operation. And so what we've borrowed is from the water rights impact fee, which is only something, that money can only be used to buy water rights. And we do need to pay that back from the city to the water rights on a time scale that will allow us to actually spend it on water rights within the time periods allotted. But, that is, that's what that is right there. And it is an official loan that we have loan documents on, and we'll be required to actually pay that back to them. We can't just keep it.
So this isn't, if we wouldn't have borrowed that money, you could have went ahead without bonding for this. It came out of a different bucket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we could not have used that for these projects.
Okay.
That money that we borrowed is only to buy water rights. Justin's been pretty active over the last few years buying up whatever water rights come available, and we actually did an impact fee study for water rights on what we would need to generate the amount of water that we need. But yeah, the money we borrowed was for water rights, and technically we could have borrowed it from them to do this, but we would have had to pay it back within 6 years, which, would have been difficult to do.
That was gonna be my next question, if it's the same 6 years as the other ones, which affects.
It is.
We just extended a loan.
Yeah.
By a year.
And so, yeah, and so with that, if the auto mall pays everything as they're scheduled, everything's fine and good, but we have to at least get enough paid back every year to keep that rotating so that we're still within our 6 years. So.
Gotcha. Okay. The other question I have is maybe, well, it's probably both of you. The priorities list. Which of these are firm obligations, contractual obligations of the city, such as North Herriman, versus others that aren't?
I'll let Justin answer that one.
Yeah, so as far as obligations, as you know, and I'll start at the north, we're somewhat obligated to install those projects there to the north, like you alluded to. The east
Justin, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to clarify that when you mean somewhat obligated, what does that mean?
Well, it's tied to the development MDA for Creek Ridge. And I don't know all the details of that. I just know that in the MDA, there is something that states that there's certain improvements that need to be installed.
I'll give you the general overview, and Chase can give details if we want to go that deep now, or I was going to say that's maybe some of the technical stuff and bring back. But the general overview is part of the agreement with SLR for that whole area is that the city puts in the roads and the water, et cetera, and that's what these bonds were for, was for what was done that's required in the contract. There's a timing schedule. Right, so now that they're ready to build the next phase with Edge Homes, whatever it's being called, the gathering or whatever, that's why that line is needed, because we have to do it for them, we have to pay for it, versus what we see with a lot of the other areas where the developer has to pay for it.
And then we
That's the
reimburse.
contractual obligation that we have to front it in that
But in those
case.
other ones, we would ultimately end up reimbursing, collecting the impact fees and reimbursing for it. It's just reversed on this.
Right, which is why I want to make the kind of the clarification, because the question would be, well, why would we bond for any of this if that's the case, right? That the developers front the money, collect the impact fees, we pay them back, sort of thing. That's the way we've paid for all these other things, right? So why would we go to bond anyway? Well, some of them we might have to, but they're the lower numbers. So that's kind of the direction of my questions, just in the priorities, Justin, is I'm assuming that's the case for number one, right, for North Herriman, because it's part of that contractual obligation, but does that exist with any of the others?
Not really. So the rest of them, so the East Herriman water improvements, we could have had a developer do it, but this water system on this end of the city is going to service much more than just one or two landowners or developers. Unlike what we did with East Herriman, we had a couple landowners and developers upfront the capital cost, and we're reimbursing them for the Zone 1 East tank, pipeline, and pump station. That was because the majority of the property down there was owned just by two developers. Now, this water system here services much more than just one or two. And so, that's why we're going out to pay for it. And then we'll be able to collect impact fees as well to repay the cost of this. All of these projects that I've alluded to, with the exception of one, are impact fee eligible. And that one that's not is just the upgrade to the pump station there at the existing Zone 4. And we're looking in to see if there's a percentage of that might be impact fee eligible as well. But that's the only one right now that I'm considering that would not be impact be eligible.
Which
The other ones, as far as contractual, there's nothing really that we have contractual on any of the other projects.
So then the follow-up question I have is that you said, sorry, that on those tanks that would service potentially more than just a couple of developers, that was a timing issues with the developers though, right?
It is. So it's a timing issue to install the water lines that go from the pumps, the tanks, the pump station, and the transmission lines to the existing developments. Now, if you remember, what kind of brought this whole East Herriman water infrastructure up is we had a development brought into us that we essentially said, no, this infrastructure has to be installed prior to that development moving forward. And so we brought that to council, and they said, well, start working through that process and start having it built. And the goal was somewhere around have it built within 2 years, and we'll make that goal within a couple months.
Refresh my memory, what development was that?
So it was the one that Greystone. It's a continuation of Greystone, so you can see where the development ends right there to the south, where that blue line comes and ties into. They were going to extend that development, and then there was a portion of property to the west of that as well that was included, a different property owner, and they brought in a large development there. So it was essentially just a continuation of Greystone, and our water system at that time could not supply that extra demand, and so we basically put that on hold.
I just lost my computer, my battery died.
Coronavirus, I think.
That's kind of why I was, kind of my line of questioning where that was going, because my recollection was it wasn't long ago that we kind of put a moratorium on building in East Herriman because there wasn't sufficient water.
And that's why we're going out to construct this infrastructure.
Thank you. That's all I got for you tonight. Like I said, I'll have some more detailed questions to maybe send by email or for next time.
Okay.
I just
don't
want to
have anything
verify,
else unless there's other-
if I can ask, we've talked about this being a water revenue bond, and then we're also talking about paying off the cost of these with impact fees. Explain to
Well,
me,
you can use-
would we pay
you
for
can
these
use
off
impact
of?
fees to pay. You can use impact fees to pay a bond, but I guess from my point of view, this is what I'd tell you with impact fees. We already have reimbursement agreements for the last water tank down there of almost 11 million bucks, or a little over 11 million bucks right now. So if you wait for these projects to do them with impact fees, you're going to be years down the road. I don't see it happening anytime soon. That's kind of my thinking in going this direction is we could get the big things out of the way up front as we collect the impact fees. If we get enough to do it, then we've got some there. But frankly, it's a lot of what we're going to see going forward will be Justin taking it out of his regular water revenue to do as much as he can moving forward. And, we, as he said, when we did the last water tank over there and the transmission lines and the pump station, Rosecrest up front at 8 million bucks for that project, and Wasatch up front at 4 million, 4.6 million, I believe it was. And so we do have that, and those are paid as we collect the impact fees. So, we've got those, but those are going to drain our impact fees for a while.
Anybody else? Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Move on to 2.5, discussion pertaining to processes for standard operating procedures, requests for proposals, and the issuance of checks. Tammy and Alan.
All right, thank you, council. We can get, there we go. So I think in a recent city council meeting, it was requested that we just kind of provide an update on the internal controls that we use, mainly centering around our standard operating procedures, our cash handling, our RFP process, and our payables. So I'm just going to touch on our standard operating procedures, and then I will turn the time over to Alan to kind of get a little bit more in depth on the RFP process, the cash handling, and then of course our payables. So if you want to go to the next slide, John. Okay, so each of our departments have a set of standard operating procedures, or SOPs, for the various tasks and responsibilities that they perform. These tasks range from something small, such as scheduling the conference rooms, to some of the larger tasks, such as meter reading, utility billing, obviously the parking permit program. Those are just a few of the ideas. If you look at Brett, he can show you the booklets that each department has that have all of the processes listed out in them, and they're pretty detailed. They consist not only of each of the steps involved in each task, but it also includes screenshots and everything else. I can imagine he's doing his best Vanna White impression of how these books.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, Tammy.
Needs work, Brett, needs work.
I hope he's wearing a sequined gown. So these procedures.
Well, that's a visual I won't get done with for a while.
This does not do that.
So the staff that perform these functions on a daily basis, they basically put the procedure in place, and then it's thoroughly vetted by passing it through others in the department to go through those steps and see if they can carry out those functions solely based off of the steps that are provided, because we all know that there's those times when we can't make it to work, we're sick or something else, and so somebody has to fill in for us. And so standard operating procedures are great because someone can sit in that seat, go right down the list, and hopefully perform those tasks correctly. At least that's the goal. SOPs also serve as a great training utility. So when you have a new staff, it's always nice to be able to have this set of responsibilities that they can go through, and they can just make sure that they're covering all of those steps every day. We also have functions that aren't performed every day. Some of our functions, like meter reading, are performed once a month, or utility billing once a month. We have responsibilities that are done quarterly. So it's nice to have these standard operating procedures that we can refer to, just to make sure that we're not missing any steps. It's important to note that our standard operating procedures are a working document. So everything that's in them is not just set in stone forever. We're constantly updating and reworking them to make sure that we are staying on top of things, that we're being as efficient as possible while still maintaining a high level of service. The changes that are made are based off of input from other departments. They're based off of input from residents. And then they're also highly influenced by ordinance, state statute, things like the MUTCD standards, the GFOA, the Municipal Clerks Association. So it's not just staff that are coming up with exactly how everything needs to be done. There are outside influences for a lot of our standard operating procedures. And some of those procedures involve the RFP process, cash handling, and the payables. So if you want to go to the next slide, John. So the RFP process has some requirements that staff have to go through in order to make that happen. And I'm going to turn the time over to Alan now to take us through that process, and then he'll continue with the cash handling and the payables as well.
Okay, as we go into this though, I do want to emphasize something that Tammy said. And a lot of our standard operating procedures are based around ordinances that have been passed by the council. And so several of the things that you'll see here are an integration of what we've done as standard operating procedures to work within what's given to us by ordinance. And for instance, when you're looking at an RFP process, based on the ordinance that was passed for our purchasing, we only do an RFP for, or we're only required by the ordinance to do an RFP for something that's over $50,000. Now, we do RFPs on other things. For instance, when we did our new auditor a year ago, we did an RFP process. It's not required by our ordinance to do that, but we felt like that it needed to be done for that particular item, since that is one of our transparency things. And you'll see as we get into the purchasing policy and the ordinance as it is, one of the areas that we use an RFP is for projects or purchases over $50,000 or construction projects over $150,000, I believe. And Blake and our engineering team have actually put together an RFP for a construction project that's actually awarded in large part by competitive bid. And so he's been doing those together where he creates the RFP and then he uploads it to the state website, and then it becomes available to whoever would be doing it. Now, one of the things with an RFP is that once you put all of your project goals and requirements and deliverables and all of the things you're looking for in the RFP, is how are you going to grade it? Are you going to grade it based strictly on low bid? Are there other criteria issues? You know, when we go, again, by our ordinance, professional services aren't required to have an RFP. They're not even required to have a lot of what our normal purchasing would be. But it has been the practice that for professional services, we do use an RFP. But, and, you know, right now, Chase is leading a group right now where we are actually going through all of the ordinances of the city and looking at things that we may need to bring back to you to update or improve. But and to what Tammy said, this is something that we're going through all the time. But specifically, when we go through our annual audit, they are required by the state auditor to evaluate our internal controls to make sure that we are staying safe with public money. You might find this strange if you work in the private sector, but you know, I had one of our employees come to me not too long ago and wanted some petty cash. And he didn't believe me when I told him I didn't know how to get into the petty cash. I didn't know how to open the safe. And he could not believe that as the finance director, I couldn't get to the cash, but that is by design. And so we have to keep separation of duties, but that is evaluated by our auditors every year. But all of the steps of our process are to make sure that we are adhering to those policies and procedures. For instance, and we'll talk about this a little bit, but if an invoice comes in for payment that doesn't have proper approvals and it doesn't have the proper coding and that code doesn't have proper budgeting, it doesn't get written. You know, we have safeguards at every level to make sure that when we put a procedure in place, it actually happens. And then, like I say, our auditors actually spend as much time on our internal controls as they actually do on our numbers. So, so we do have that. So Jonathan, would you go to the next one? Okay, just want to talk a little bit about how we handle cash. First of all, when cash comes into the city, all of it goes to our cash receiving customer service area. Cash doesn't come into the accounting office. It doesn't go into department. It comes strictly to our cash receiving area. That is an area that's off limits to most of our employees. The people who work in there and a few supervisory people are the only people who have access to the cash receiving area. We have camera on the inside of the cash receiving area. We have a camera on the outside. We actually have several. We have 6 lobby cameras that give us different angles of the outside of the cash receiving. The people working in cash receiving are responsible for receiving the money, and then they balance cash drawer at the end of each day. Once that cash is receipted, everything balances out, it then goes to our treasurer. And that's right now it's Leslie Anglin. She is responsible for all of the cash of the city. She does the deposits. She reconciles what's in the deposit against what the customer service people said was there the previous day. She makes deposits into the bank within 48 hours. Now, all of our checks are done electronically. We don't take checks to the bank. The only thing we actually go to the bank with is cash. The checks are all just scanned electronically to the bank. So that never leaves. The safe is in her office. The cash is all secured there. And she reconciles everything. And then, okay, if someone receipts cash in our system, they're not allowed to make a deposit, or they're not allowed to be a participant in a bank reconciliation. If they make a deposit, they're not allowed to ever receipt cash or work on bank reconciliations. We have a total separation of duty. There's also a camera in our treasurer's office so that we can see anything that's happened with the cash at any point in that process. Jonathan, would you move to the next one? Okay, then when it comes to accounting, the reconciliations of the bank now reconcile the deposits that were entered by the treasurer to make sure that they match what was in the receipts and what goes to the bank. Just as I said, no one involved in cash receiving can be involved in treasury or accounting. No one in treasury can be in cash receiving or accounting. No one involved in accounting can be in cash receiving or treasury. And this slows things down. It's different than what you'd see in the private sector, but we are required to have separation of all of our duties. We can't cross those lines, and we do make sure that that is maintained very closely. Okay, would you go to the next one, Jonathan? I put together a little summary here, and this is our purchasing requirements that are in code. These are what are in the ordinance. So right now, if you're buying non-professional services, supplies, equipment, and it's under $1,000, an employee can actually purchase with supervisor's approval. Okay, if it's between 1,000 and 5,000, we need 2 verbal quotes, and we have to document that with the invoice when it's turned in. That can be approved by the manager, the department director, or the city manager. Between 5,000 and 50,000, we require 3 written quotes, and we document these with the invoices. And again, these can be approved by the manager, department director, or city manager.
Hey, Alan,
But I would,
sorry, I have a
yes.
question. So 3 written quotes, but are you required to to use the lowest one, or do you have some discretion in there?
We are not required to use the lowest one, but if they don't take the lowest one, I require them to actually give a written explanation of why they've gone to a different one. And usually that's because, for instance, if we have a Caterpillar loader and, we've got a John Deere who says their bucket can fit the loader, and they give us a lower price, we may not want to do that just because it's not straight across, but let me just also, on the approvals, when I say the manager, director, or the city manager, none of our managers can approve anything outside of their department. None of our directors can approve anything outside of their specific responsibility. So when we say that, that is the direct report of who did that. Then if we're purchasing something over $50,000, we can go to a formal bid or we can do an RFP. And as I mentioned, I'm seeing those being done together where we're writing the RFP, but we're actually getting a formal bid as well. Then when we go through our public works, up under $150,000, we can do those with 3 written quotes. Again, we have to provide documentation of those. Now, the city manager, department director approves those, but to make sure that we keep those in budget, it was also approved that I countersign to those 2 people. So that approval is either the city manager or the department director and myself. So then we go up to the over 150,000 again. It can be an RFP or it can be a formal bid. And again, city manager and the finance director do sign off on those. And then you can see there that for change orders, it's kind of the same thing for the smaller ones. But all of these require that there is budget available. None of these approvals happen without budget being approved and that we have these approvals. Now, professional services by our contract are not required to go out to bid. They're not required to have an RFP. But it's been my experience that most of them are. But that's, that is not a requirement of our ordinance. And then emergency acquisition is, we can go out and buy anything that's essential for life, health, or safety, or the welfare of the public. And then it has to be reported to the city council and subsequently approved. So now when we look at this piece of our purchasing is defined by ordinance. Okay, so when we're looking at buying things and paying for it, a portion of it is by ordinance, and then a portion of it is by our own procedures. So, we look at who's buying it and how it's being approved to make sure it follows the ordinance. And then go to the next one, please, Jonathan. It's a little hard to see here, but we actually have a pretty detailed approval process. But when you'll see on the right-hand side there that we do have some temporary COVID procedures right now, which are actually much tighter than what we normally do. But as the invoices come in for purchases, they are distributed to the department. They're signed, they're coded, they're dated. When they come to accounts payable, she makes sure that it has been signed, that someone has actually approved it, that it has approval authority. For instance, if Blake signed off an invoice that was being charged to my department, that would be rejected. Okay. I'm responsible for my budget. Blake's responsible for his. Now, Tammy could sign for my department because she's the next level up, but it has to have the proper approvals. Now, once the checks are signed and the check signers in a normal circumstance are either one of our assistant city managers, the city recorder, the city treasurer, and then one of those plus myself are the check signers. Once the checks are signed, we also, all of us that signed the check, sign off on a distribution listing. And this just is a list of all the checks that were written. And we sign off on this list to say that that list matches the checks that we actually issued. Once that's all signed off by the two people signing the check plus the person who wrote the checks, that goes to Brett for review. Brett reviews all of the checks and all of the approvals. And once he has approved it, that listing with the signatures is actually filed with the recorder's office. Now, right now, because early on in the COVID, it was determined that we didn't want to be passing papers around amongst each other. And so much of the procedure is the same, except that we have now got the signatures of on the checks when they're printed. And so to safeguard that, prior to the checks being written, the invoices are approved by Brett, Tammy, Wendy, Leslie, and myself. We sign off on every one of them. Then once the checks are written, again, we get the distribution list and we compare that against what was actually written. We all sign off on it. It's given to Brett for final review, and it goes to Jackie for a final. So when we're distributing or signing off on checks, under normal process, we have actually 4 people signing off on every check that goes out. Under our temporary COVID responsibilities, we now have 6 people signing off on every check that goes out. And to make sure that it's all being done, we don't want to shortcut our internal controls just because we're trying to stay safe from the COVID. But so we've actually made some adjustments there, but we've also put other things in place to make sure that our internal controls are maintained.
Alan?
As I mentioned earlier,
Alan, I just want to make a comment because you keep saying Brett and others. Actually, it's reversed. I'm the last person that sees any of these things. And I'm checking to make sure it went through the process and the right of people signed off before I sign off on it before they can be issued. Does that make better sense?
Yes, that is absolutely the truth. Brett signs off last before we write the checks. He also signs off last of the distribution report so that everyone else is signed off on it before he sees it. My department primarily is making sure that everything we put in these standard operating procedures, or if it's in the ordinance, is done that way. For instance, just, Leslie, our treasurer right now, does our utility billing. by ordinance, Leslie is the only one that can make a change to an account. If there's a change that's necessary on account because of a problem, Leslie has to be able to make that. And that's by ordinance. That's not something that we choose. Now, Justin's group might come to us and say, there was a big problem with that water line. The meter wasn't working. We've documented this. We think it should be this kind of a change. They can do that, but Leslie is the decision maker on whether an account's changed. The ordinance does allow the resident to appeal that to either Brett or myself currently. And so, you know, some of this is set by what the council has approved as ordinances, but part of it is how we've put the procedures together to make them work with the things that the council has set as part of the code. And so, you know, and we're going through our audit right now. We actually have to go through and do a diagram every year of who does what and who's got each responsibility. And the auditors now go through and make sure that those are happening the way our internal controls are designed. And so we actually, 2 years ago, had an internal control review by the state auditor's office, who determined that we were following our policy, and it was a good review, but they didn't even come back with any recommendations. But we typically get recommendations every year from our auditors that come in and do our year-end audit. And we try to make adjustments to everything that they recommend. This last year, they came back and said that some of the people we had signing the checks had a little too much authority in the way the invoices were processed. So we changed our process on that. And that's something that's reviewed constantly. And, you know, I would say that at least 2 to 3 times a week, I have some of our employees coming to me and saying, wouldn't it work better if we did it this way? You know, so our people are looking at it as well to see if there's a better way to do it. But any questions? But I just want you to understand, though, this is a very high level look at this because, as you know, Tammy and Brett, Wendy have really pushed over the last couple of years to document procedures in every department. We have a city accounting manual, the way we do our accounting, but each department has now SOPs for virtually all of their approvals. So anyhow, that's what I've got. I'll answer any questions you've got.
Alan, thank you for doing this. This was my request to review this. Part of the reason that I wanted to review this was there were reports from a local county recently of a fraud issue where a person was, because it was between $1,000 and $5,000, and it was being under that $5,000 threshold allowed fewer eyes to see it, fewer people to see it, and this person was essentially paying his own company to do some services for the municipality and then wasn't performing the services. I wanted to make sure that we had processes in place that would say, we're not allowing any employee-owned or affiliated organization to be paid or be a part of the bid process for these type of things. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, one thing I just tell you is that our payables people are not allowed to enter a new account into the system. Say we have a new vendor that comes to them, they're not allowed to enter that into the system until I have found out who they are on the state website, make sure they're actually a real registered company, who their registered people are. But, you know, we actually are pretty careful with that. You know, about 2 weeks ago, Jonathan Bowers, our city engineer, got an email that in all ways looked like it came directly from a contractor that he works with every day. It had a string of emails that he was involved in as part of this string that he got, and it was requesting that we paid them with an ACH rather than with our normal check process. And I told them that we couldn't do that because we didn't have a process in place to verify that. So we didn't do it. But the county got the same email from the same contractor. They were doing some construction with this particular contractor. And according to the people we've talked to at the county wired in excess of $100,000 on a contract to the people in this email, which was not really the people that that they thought it was. Now we bypassed it because we didn't have a process. We didn't have a procedure. Said, you know, maybe sometime in the future. But you know, we were pretty cautious of those kind of things. Like I say, we vet every vendor. We don't accept a vendor just because we get an invoice coming for someone. Even if our manager approves it, we need to make sure that it's a real business and who's involved in it. And we do check that out before we enter it.
Alan, let me ask you a question. Do we have any, do we wire payments on anything that we do, or is everything through a check issuance?
Well, we do a few wires, okay? For one, we have to do our EFTPS, which is our federal taxes, have to be done through a wire transfer. Our state taxes, UTAP, that also has to be done electronically. Our URS, or Utah Retirement, has to be done electronically. And then we typically have to wire when we're doing a land transfer. And I'm the only one that can do that. But for our taxes, our URS, our clerks who are making those payments actually fill out a form, says what the payment's for, how much it's for, which is then signed off by them and by me, so that I can make sure that it is going for what it's supposed to be going for. And so, you know, we have two signatures on every one of those that happens. Now, I don't do any wire transfers over the computer. I actually go into the bank and verify with the bank that the account number that I'm using and so forth is for who I'm intending to send it to. We don't use the online at all at this point, but we do have a few that we do, but it's very limited.
Thank you for explaining that, Alan. And I just want to, again, I want you to go on record and make sure that we're not sending any $4,000 checks to Brett's lawn mowing service for mowing the lawn at City Hall or something like that, right?
So I have a question about that. So on our checks, are they just paper checks, or are we looking at doing electronic checks?
We just do paper checks.
Because I know a couple of the boards I serve in are transitioning into electronic checks to save on the cost of paper, cost of mailing, and those types of things. Have we looked into that, and what's your feelings on that?
Going back and forth between mute and not, but we've looked into it, and you know, it is a cheaper way to go. It, you know, you have to have a process to make sure that you verify that it's going to the right person as we do that. You know, when you're dealing with people electronically, it's harder and harder to verify who you're dealing with. And, you know, I don't have a problem with looking at ways to safeguard that. It may seem funny, but we take payments from our customers that way. But so far, we're kind of hesitant to pay them out that way. But you know, I've probably had a dozen emails in the last year from Brett telling me to change the bank for his direct deposit payroll. Well, if you look at it real close, it's really not Brett's email, but it's close. And it has says all the right things. But, you know, we're seeing a lot more of that, a lot more. And, you know, if we go to the electronic checks, we do need to find a way that we can verify who we're dealing with when we do that.
It just opens up a huge potential for fraud. I deal with lots and lots and lots and thousands of wires a day, and there are so many attempts to hijack wires, to direct them to the wrong account, requesting wires that were never requested, all kinds of things all day long, every day. And as we can just see, our own county fell victim to that same fraud scheme. It just happens over and over and over again all day long.
Thanks. I was just curious how you felt about that more than anything, because I've noticed some go one way and some go the other, and I was just curious.
You know, early on in the pandemic, Justin in the water department came to me and he told me that a company that he was dealing with had overpaid their impact fees by $152,000 because it had to do with the size of the meter that they were getting. They paid for a larger size than they actually ended up getting. And so we were going to wire that money to this company. It was for that apartment building down on the north end of town that sat vacant or partway done for a while, and then it got finished. And anyhow, Justin sent me the wire instructions, and I talked to the people at their office twice. And I could tell that it was two different people, even though they were giving me the same name. And we actually ended up, in that case, discovering that someone was trying to hijack the wire. And, you know, but I could tell from the voices that it was not the same person. But they were giving me the same name, and they were changing the wiring instructions. And, you know, you get some weird stuff with that.
Crazy. Thanks.
We really do have some good internal controls put in place. Alan has aligned it so that, you know, we're very particular about who can take money, who can sign off on money. Nobody has their hands in the mix throughout each step. It's somebody different for each step so that those red flags can be caught somewhere along the way before money's distributed anywhere. So it seems to be a good process, but it's still looked at every day to make sure that we're still doing what we need to do in order to keep those internal controls working. And Alan's always improving on them anyway. So, but are there any other questions in regards to those, or?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to move on? 2.6, city manager updates.
Hey, Council, I know it's going quite long tonight, but we'll try to get this wrapped up so we can get to our closed door on property. Just want to ask Chief Carr, are you still awake?
Is that because he had something to share, or you just wanted to see if he's awake?
I just want to see if he's awake.
Yeah, so
Chief Carr. Okay, moving on. I'll come back to him when he pops up. Tell me when he comes back on.
Oh, I hear
I'm
him.
trying. Can you hear me?
I hear him speak.
Are you awake?
He woke up.
I'm awake. I'm sending emails as usual at this time of night.
Hey, Chief, you want to give us an update on what's been going on down in HPD, particularly with some reassignments? I know last council meeting you talked about our deputy chief, but you've made some other changes just recently. I'd like you to share those with council so they know what's going on.
Yeah, so as you all know, with Chief Reyes leaving, we made promotions throughout the agency. Jose Lopez was promoted to sergeant. Zach Adams was promoted to division commander, and Cody Stromberg was promoted to deputy chief. So with all of that going on, we actually seized the opportunity to do some strategic planning within the agency, sit down and kind of do a reset and make sure everything was where it belongs. We moved some units around within the different divisions, and kind of our intent was to get it where it belongs, because as we started it, we had those units associated with disciplines that don't typically fit in the areas we had them. So as we expanded that program, we also looked at where we were going to be in a couple of years from now, so that we didn't have to go through too much disruption with the agency as we grow. And as you know, we're growing quickly. So those are kind of what we're going through. We did some internal checks. We did some exercises to make sure that we're still on the path we think we should be on. And it turned out quite well. It was over the last, we started Monday, and we've been sequestered in a room until tonight before I came to this meeting. So it's gone very well. Everybody's taken their new leadership roles very well. The agency seems healthy.
Thanks, Chief. I'm actually going to call up now Wendy. She's got some updates for the council on fall cleanup, Jordan Valley, asphalt patching, sidewalk replacement, and animal safety fair. Go, Wendy.
Wow. Okay.
I see COVID's
fall
in the
cleanup,
background.
we're doing-
COVID's in
Yep,
the background.
there it
Yeah,
is.
cool.
We are doing, he passed his quarantine, so he can take off his mask now. We are doing a fall cleanup in conjunction with Wasatch Front. I told you guys this last time we met. That program is running this week through Saturday, and then next week, Tuesday through Saturday as well. So those people that weren't able to reserve dumpsters are able to come and give us their cleanup materials, and we will take those and get rid of them for them. There are some things that we are not accepting, like paint and deceased animals and those kinds of things. So please check our checklist on the website, and that will let you know what you can't bring to us. Are there any questions on that?
Just want to make sure we're not taking any pressed material out of thermal dryers, because that just sounded really gross.
What's better than the current?
We will try to screen for that. As you know, we did have quite a crew that was downtown helping clean up after Hurricane Corona, is what we're calling it. We have pulled those resources back to Herriman City because we have people out of the office and doing other things. So it's time to focus back on our projects now. But a big thank you to our public works staff and our park staff for going and helping our neighbors with their cleanup efforts. Our arborists spent quite a bit of time downtown helping with trees and trying to save trees that could be saved and making recommendations on trees that couldn't be saved. So we are very appreciative of Justin and Monty sharing those resources with our neighbor cities. As far as sidewalks and asphalt, we are doing asphalt patching around the city. We are repairing some sidewalks here and there, so you might see crews out doing that kind of work. What else did I have, Brett?
Patching, surfacing, and Jordan Valley.
Okay, so we've received a request to start some discussions with Jordan Valley, and Justin's been working with them as the liaison role in using their monofill site for some athletic fields. We've talked about this quite a bit in the past, and right now we're working with a very high level concept and working with them to get their monofill plan how they're planning on filling that over the next however many years it's going to take, and how a plan would work from our side to put athletic fields on that property until they do start monofilling that down. That will be coming to you very soon. So something to look forward to. I think that's it. Is that it, Brett?
Okay, the only thing I'd add to it is we are going to be scheduling a meeting with Sherry to update her what that plan may look like before it goes to Jordan Valley, so we won't miss that mark either. The next thing I have is just actually, I want Tammy to talk about our shop around program, which is, I heard yesterday that one of our businesses in the city, they actually cashed in $4,000 of shop around bucks, or dollars, where you call them, Tammy. And that means that someone spent about $8,000 there. So Tammy, take it away. They so excited about the program, they just couldn't say enough about it.
So, and that's not even the half of it, Brett. So far we've had 10 businesses turn in their Herriman bucks. They have until the 30th to get all of their redemptions taken care of. So we have received 10,242 cards back so far. That amounted in $102,420 worth of Herriman bucks. Smith's has been the leader so far. They turned in 6,566 cards for a total of $65,660. So people are using them at the grocery store, and that's good because that's a benefit for both the resident and the grocery store alike. Following behind Smith's so far was Salty Pineapple with 1,106 cards turned in. And that was for a total of $11,000. And then the next two closest behind them were American Burger with 966 and Ace Hardware with 754. So the numbers are looking really good for this round, which has been really nice. And again, both the businesses and the members of the community have been so positive and so grateful about this program. It really seems to have fared well this second round, even better than the first time. We didn't have as many people state that they didn't receive them in the mail. I think this time they knew what to look for, what that envelope looked like, and so they didn't accidentally throw it away.
Are you saying they ignore city stuff?
No. So we hope that you're happy with the program. We think it really did well, and I think Alan and I will kind of evaluate this and look at our CARES Act funds after this, and some other items have been taken care of. And then we'll see if maybe council might want to consider one more round. So something to give some thought to. But we'll keep you posted after the 30th. We'll let you know what all the final numbers were and what's come in. But that's really generated some really good sales tax for the city when you think of what their average bills most likely were at these places. And it was nice to be able to help out all parties involved, both members of the community and the businesses alike. And in turn, you know, it benefits everybody. So that's all I got for now.
I just want to say that in terms of, you know, some of the committees and boards that I sit on to represent the city, there literally isn't one of those that I haven't been to where that program I haven't been asked about that program. Everybody's heard about it. Everybody has wanted more information on it, how it's been administered, those types of things. And I know that there are other close jurisdictions to us who are getting ready to implement something similar. So well done.
Yes, I just met with 2 jurisdictions this week to give them kind of the insight on how the program works and how they can use it. So that's just this week. Obviously, in the past, we've had several that we've met with and given them the information to implement this same program. So we're excited about it.
Thanks, Tammy. You have your budget book beginning tonight. It's got some great information, as you know. as you went through the budget process. Great pictures and diagrams and stuff, but what's interesting this year, if you look at the tab, there's no tabs, but yet it goes by colors on the side. So it's great working product. We're proud of our communications team and finance department who worked a lot of hours to get this out in your hands. And big woot woot to all of you that's been getting this done. It's actually just well done and very gorgeous. And it actually speaks to you in numbers. The numbers talk. Okay, that's it. We can get all excited about closing the work meeting and go to a closed door on property.
Got it. On it. I will make a motion to temporarily recess the city council meeting to convene in a closed session for the purpose to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
Second.
Motion is second, roll call on this one. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
No, I'll vote yes. Anything else you need, Jackie?
You've been emailed a new link. If you'll switch on that if you want to see your face. If not, maybe you can just hear everything going on.